Okay, but getting muddy in this case, just to be clear, is jumping on board with a false statement that's in defense of people not being allowed like basic goods as a punitive measure against a population that's already poor and embattled, right?
Okay.
In the midst, by the way, of them being actively bombed, like 1 million of them have been corralled into Rafah, and they're now being rocketed. Even the United States has just admitted that they're likely uh, engaging in war crimes against them right now. It just seems to me like that's not just a neutral back and forth, left and right on the propaganda thing. That's kind of actively abetting a side that specifically wants to target civilians and is actively doing so.
Yeah, so this actually gets into probably something that's where we ended up in the conversation, where we were talking about
Yeah.
cultural Christianity and the morality for violence and all that kind of stuff. I don't think that. So I've seen evidence of Israel being punitive in ways that I think is disgusting. So, for instance, like blowing up the university, blowing up like every civic infrastructure building that I can possibly see, running over, like even recently, symbolically, even though it's probably like the least important, them taking a tank and running over the Gazan sign as they're about to enter Rafah, right? You know,
Yeah.
there's no need to target this thing, and yet they seem to be doing so out of a desire for vengeance for October 7th, right? But I kind of reject a dynamic of this where you're saying they're intentionally targeting civilians. They might be targeting civilians insofar as if there's a military target and there's civilians there, they don't care if civilians get hit in the crossfire. But if you're talking about targeting civilians intentionally, you would not see 30,000 deaths. They could cause 30,000 deaths in an hour or a minute if they wanted to with their technological capabilities.
Well, here's the catch, though. If they target civilians intentionally, they're going to be immediately condemned by the international community, including the United States. But
Uh-huh.
if, for example, they want to create the conditions under which Gaza empties itself of its own accord, they may, for instance, target military targets with no regard for whether there are civilians present. And in addition to this, they may characterize as a military target anybody over the age of 17. And they may, in addition to this, just, sometimes shoot civilians anyways, as they've done multiple times now with aid workers, and they've done multiple times with citizens' dwellings and whatnot. When they're cutting off electricity and water, they are definitionally targeting civilian infrastructure. They're not. This is not a directed attack on the military by any stretch of the imagination. Um, I see Brooks pointing out in my chat, and I agree with this, that Mehdi Hassan has historically been a defender of an apologist for Islamic extremism. So I think he absolutely should be called down on those grounds. I seriously question the judgment of doing apologia for an active massacre that Israel is engaging upon as the vehicle for doing so in this particular case. Seems like it's even if it doesn't backfire as this one did, like it just seems that's sort of an intrinsically bad thing. Getting under Mehdi Hassan's skin doesn't strike me as a worthy priority in this case.
Sure. Well, let's talk about okay. So, I mean, if
Yeah,
let's figure out what we're talking about. So
sure.
we can talk about the dynamics of the conflict that are currently at play, who we think is as justified as possible, or at least following their own logic, and then, how we perceive this conflict differently. That's one avenue of approach. The other avenue of approach that you've brought up a couple of times is that you don't view me criticizing Mehdi Hassan as a worthwhile venture of my time and energy because I'm doing so in the backdrop of 30,000 dead people. So I'm prioritizing internet dunks
No,
against a dumbass
no,
versus the violence. Okay,
no. That's
I'm
not
listening.
what I'm saying. What I'm saying very specifically is that what you're justifying by saying it gets under Mehdi Hassan's skin and it gets at him
Mm-hmm.
is repeating propaganda um, that is justifying cruelty to a civilian population that is being actively bombed.
Okay.
Slight difference, but important difference. I'm not saying
No,
that
that makes the
it's
violence
because it's
more
unworthy.
for. Yeah, that makes the violence more to the
Yeah,
fore. Yeah, so let's get into the violence. So we were having this conversation on a panel, but you didn't seem particularly interested. The I was talking about what was going to happen, whether we
Right.
like it or not, and what is justifiable from an Israeli military perspective, which is they are going to go into Rafah. They are going to clear out all of Gaza. They are going to kill every military aged male that throws a rock at them. They're going to shoot them. And then they're going to try to dismantle Hamas infrastructure as much as possible. And if they happen to hurt or kill
Do you
civilians,
think,
that's what's going to
like,
happen.
before you continue, do you think that's an accurate description of the majority of the targets that they claim to have hit that were military? Do you think 15,000 of them are throwing rocks at them?
Ooh, I don't know. I'm not on the ground, but in asymmetric
Okay.
warfare, I'm assuming that Hamas's military capability is probably a few dudes with rocket propelled grenades and AK-47s. I don't think they're rolling around in tanks or technicals or Dushkas or anti-aircraft. I think it's basically dudes in flip-flops with AKs, even when you're talking about a military target.
Right. Okay. But when you're talking specifically about what will happen, and you're saying that they will target any single person who fires any sort of ordnance of whatever Stone Age or up, right?
Yeah.
That suggests to me that what you're saying is that what Israel will do is they will specifically target military personnel, but it doesn't seem like they're doing that. It seems like the death toll is far in excess of what could possibly be the case if they're doing that, because it's in excess so far of Hamas's numbers.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
this is kind of the unfortunately, this is like the nature of warfare. The if you look at death tolls for any major conflict in the past century, the civilian deaths are probably going to exceed the military deaths, and it's probably going to be a factor of like 5 or 10 to 1. Even
This
with our
is
own bombing campaign, even with the drone strikes.
Yeah, so the ratio here, let's see. Um I don't actually think that the rates we're seeing are accurate to this, but moreover, there's a couple of problems here. First and foremost, because all infrastructure has been taken out, there isn't really the capacity to count the dead anymore. So the number is possibly significantly higher than we think.
Mhm.
Um, Following from that, the total displacement of the population is a different military outcome than the defeat of an enemy in the field. So what happens when you displace 2 million people from Israel? Like, what happens to those people?
Yeah, they starve, they're undernourished, they're not
Yeah.
educated, they're deprived of normal things, they might get
Well,
infected,
educated's
bacteria
probably being
disease,
optimistic. Like,
cholera. Yeah.
yeah. So you're not talking about even the ratio you've given anymore. You're potentially talking about um significantly more than have currently died and are going to continue to die for an extended period of time. And in the process of this, you're going to swell Hamas's ranks as well, right? So
Well, there's a way around swelling Hamas's ranks, and you can go super Iron Age on it if you want, but that's like,
how's
what
that?
are we trying to accomplish? Well, I mean, if so this is I'm not saying this is a justifiable public policy, okay? I'm not
Right.
saying
Yeah.
that. I'm saying that this is a realism of having a professional military force that outclasses its opponents by a technological factor of who knows even how to calculate. You could walk into Gaza and probably kill every male from 10 to 70, and then there's no militants to come in. Egypt is blocking the border, Iran's blocking the border. No one's getting in. So then at that point, how are you swelling Hamas's ranks? Unless you're talking about like international recruiting for jihadist terrorism against Israel as a result.
I think it's probably a bit harder than you're imagining it. Um, I, I'm not even sure where to go here, to be honest. So let me see if I get this straight. So there is no capacity for the international community to exert pressure on Israel, which is using American weapons and funds to ethnically cleanse all of Gaza, which you agree is taking place. Um, and you're jumping on to defend Apologia for the previous blockade that precipitated a massacre of civilians protesting the blockade to get under Mehdi Hassan's skin. Like, I'm sorry, like the pictures being painted in my head here is there's just no concern or conscience for the civilians that are being killed at all. It just doesn't occur.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
No, I mean, I kind of I agree that it's a sociopathic calculus of what's going on. This is the calculus of war, so it's horrifying.
But
That's
it's really not though. Like the reason for October 7th in the first place was because Hamas was fostered. There was decades and decades of brutalization and starvation of the population that gave them that swelled their ranks. There's no political hope to do anything productive, like nationalistically, to have like engagement diplomatically with Israel to actually build up infrastructure and things like that. And that's by design. That's not a calculus of war. That's a cynical, and that seems to me like a cynical and short-sighted attempt to do a maneuver to keep a population under your thumb that backfired because of how stupid and short-sighted it was, that resulted in the deaths of over 1,000 Israelis.
Well, see, here's the thing. So what does Israel want? And when we say Israel, we're talking about like half a dozen to a dozen factions, right? What does the Netanyahu government want? And what I would say what they want, because I've talked to a healthy chunk of left-wing Israelis who want the war to end and basically want a two-state solution. And I've also talked to single-state solution Israelis who basically said, no, this is the slow march of Israel where we are going to take the West Bank. We are going to take Gaza. It's for our own security. The geography demands it. The population trends demand it.
The geography demands it. Elaborate.
Yeah, so in the West Bank, I have repeated because obviously I'm a American centrist, so I don't understand why people have to kill each other over this shit. But I have said, hey, draw the borders at 67 or 2010 or whatever the fuck will get people to chill the fuck out, and then make the West Bank Palestinian, make Gaza Palestinian, and then just chill with what you got, hold what you got, right? And then help like do an international aid package to get development in the West Bank and in Gaza to the point that you dump in billions of dollars in water, food, infrastructure, education, opportunities for employment, et cetera, et cetera. So hopefully within like 2 or 3 generations, these people, they don't even give a fuck about the border dispute anymore because everybody's wealthy and doing well. That's what I've said. What the Israeli said is, we've kind of tried to do that in the past. They screwed us over. And the reason why we keep doing settlements into the West Bank is because if you look at the geography, it's actually hills and mountains. So if we just give that to the Palestinians, then the first opportunity they get, they're going to shoot rockets and missiles and gunfire down into the Israeli settlements. And that's happened repeatedly. So it's real last point of the rant. So it's easy for you as an American to say, why can't we all just get along and let's do economic development? But for us, these are the neighborhoods we're walking in that are getting shot and rocketed. So we don't accept this as easily as you do.
I see. So as you imagine it, there's bare hills that are unsettled, but if they settle them, they'll set up rockets and launch them down to the settlements.
No, the Palestinians will use the bare hills. The settlements from Israelis are preventing, through territorial proximity, rockets and gunfire coming down into eastern Israel.
Right, but you seem to be speaking as if the hills aren't settled, right?
I mean, allegedly they aren't.
Okay. Why are they bulldozing houses that are already established? Like, why are they kicking families out of their houses and just bulldozing them, just running through neighborhoods and flattening them?
If you're trying to, I can just go ahead and come all the way your way. If you're saying that Israel is putting Palestinians in an impossible position, then acting surprised when Palestinians, do something crazy like rise up, suicide bombing, shooting, stabbing, whatever, and then they use that as a pretext to expand their territory, I'm already with you. I don't disagree with you.
Well, sure. I'm just trying to understand the military logic of this, because if you're trying to prevent like an additional development, which would seem to be the problem, then okay, I can kind of see the logic there. You want to fill a high zone. I get what you're saying. You want to fill a high zone with structures so that there is no room for a rocket launcher to be put. Now, that's odd for a couple of reasons. Mostly because they're firing rockets out of Gaza already. I don't think they are in particular need of a hill to do this. Moreover, their weaponry is small and mobile, sort of by design and whatnot. Um, but kind of leaving that aside, uh, that would sort of explain, to my mind, kind of a naive reason to really want to take those hills, assuming they're not occupied already. But I don't know why you would bulldoze the houses that aren't on the hills. I don't know why you'd go into valleys and roads and neighborhoods and flatten them and set a
Because
whole bunch of like
it's a hundred,
military age
because
men
it's,
loose.
well, you
You
do
know?
know, don't you? Like you do know, and I know, like, why they're doing it. It's because Israel's doing a slow crawl to claim the West Bank and to claim Gaza, and they got
Yeah.
time. And oftentimes the diplomacy that any right-winger Israeli uses seems like a smokescreen for them to, feign disdain at the last second for the talks to fall apart. And then once the talks fall apart, then they use that as a pretext to gain more territory. That's what's going on. It's the slow
Right.
crawl. And then not only that, geopolitically, this seems almost more certain now that more Arab countries are normalizing relations with Israel.
Well, I mean, that becomes a little bit dicey though, because as a consequence of what Israel's doing, this brings us back to the not being able to find Israel on a map thing and why that's kind of important. If you displace 2 million people, that creates an insurgency risk for every neighboring country. That's not just an Israeli problem anymore. This is straining relations with multiple of Israel's neighbors. It's straining relations with the United States. There's mass protests within Israel itself. Um, there's the ongoing possibility of war with Iran and escalating things with the insurgencies that Iran funds. So um, I'm I just don't see it. It seems to me like it's the whole thing's kind of ass backwards. It seems like there's a radical desire within the Likud party in particular to squeeze out the Palestinians entirely and to make Israel like just completely uh, mono-ethnic to the extent possible. Um, Forget democracy, forget the actual will of the Israeli people, and forget as well like any particular concern for international security or the actual stability of its relations with its neighbors. Like nobody in the vicinity of Israel wants 2 million people on their doorstep that are all traumatized, radicalized, starving, et cetera, et cetera. This has not just been like a danger for them locally. This is the basis of Hezbollah coming to existence. This has also uh, acted as a pretext for Israel to invade neighboring countries. You have terrorist organizations that are now establishing themselves where they've become refugees, and then they come back. Like it just seems like the most self-destructive move you could have possibly made under these conditions, and it's also lost. It's lost Israel. Like after having an outpouring of global sympathy after October 7th, it's lost Israel its standing in the eyes of a massive part of the world. We have a conservative on this channel right now who's been defending the cookie thing. Even you're like flat out saying, yeah, they just hate the Palestinians, want to ethnically cleanse them. Not actually very true of Israelis across the board, by the way, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
I think
Like
it's
yeah,
but I don't. But here's the thing: is like I don't look at just what people say. I'm also looking at what they're doing, right? And
right.
so what I would say is if we saw a leftward swing in Israeli electoral politics where they were like, hey, October 7th was fucked up, but we were partially responsible. Therefore, rebuilding Gaza and treating Gazans as decent human beings, and making sure that we come to some kind of territorial concession with the Palestinian Authority and probably whatever replaces Hamas, and also that we come to something that makes sense in the West Bank and we freeze what we got so we can get along with everybody. If I saw that, then maybe I would be more sympathetic to the possibility that this is like a diplomatic solution was real. However, what I see is similar to 9/11 and the ensuing wars then. Iraq was unpopular as a conflict within 2005. I think that Afghanistan, nobody really cared about even up until we withdrew. And
Really?
so,
You think nobody
yeah.
cared about Afghanistan?
Well, I mean, they didn't care enough to get it done. They didn't care enough to withdraw. For what, 2 decades? If we cared, we would have been gone, but we weren't. We use 9/11 as a pretext to stay there for 2 decades. So what do you think? How much good international goodwill do you think Israel is willing to burn in order
Well, I
to
think
get their mission, quote unquote, accomplished?
okay. Well, here's the problem with Afghanistan. Okay, you
Uh-huh.
you go into Afghanistan, you break down the local government or whatever, and now you leave a massive power vacuum that's going to be filled by a whole bunch of different warlords who have funding from different people. You don't want to have a foothold in the region. I don't think that's because we didn't care. This was like a major political issue for that entire 2 decades. It's why ultimately like they did retreat at all in the first place. Um, I I think the bare fact that they left is points to it being a massive deal. Um, I I don't know. I also you said it's normalizing relations between Israel and its neighbors. That's not what I'm seeing at all. I know Saudi relations
No,
have been
I would
severely
say up
strained.
until October 7th, relations were normalizing.
Well, I think probably be closer to say up until the massacre began.
Sure.
Certainly up until this point.
Okay. And do you see
Yeah,
any broad statements from Arab nations saying that they not only do they condemn Israel, but they're willing to like militarily and diplomatically commit to the rebuilding of Gaza and the West Bank?
willing to diplomatically commit to the rebuilding of Gaza and the West Bank. That'd be a strange statement for them to make. But there have, for example, in Egypt, been government-sanctioned protests of a massive scale against Israel. Egypt is far more normalized with Israel than Saudi Arabia is. It's actually a very there's tension between the rulers of Arab states and their people because they all have independent treaties with Israel, but the people themselves largely despise it, and they're very uneasy. It's a massively destabilizing element in the region.
I mean, I don't disagree with anything that you've just said. I just don't know if it's
Yeah,
enough to do anything about.
enough to do anything. What do you mean? Enough to do
So
anything
you
about?
so you brought
Yeah,
up like tens of thousands of people taking to the streets in Egypt in order to
yeah.
protest what's going on between Israel and Gaza. Okay? And the government says, "Yes, please take to the street. Israel is fucking up. I can't believe that they're doing all this crazy shit. They're killing civilians. It's so fucked up." Is Egypt opening the border? Are they delivering humanitarian aid? Are they giving weapons to Hamas? Are they doing any of that kind of shit? Are any of the protesters doing any of that kind of shit? Because largely my answer would be no. I've seen no
No,
reports of thousands of Egyptians walking across the border or going into the Sinai to go actively help the Gazans or Hamas or any of that shit. I've also seen
well,
no
it's not
intervention
really.
from Egyptian military. If anything, I've
Well,
seen
it's
the
not.
opposite.
Well, it's not really how that would work. The concern would be that this creates a wave of very severe resentment that eventually culminates in somebody coming to power who does decide to take a very firm or a radically divergent stance vis-a-vis Israel than what happened before. And we've seen this happen in a few countries already. The Arab Spring is a case in point. Um,
Mhm.
that's an
But
extreme
I would
case in
say
point.
the Arab Spring has largely been co-opted by Western interest.
Elaborate.
So you had the Muslim Brotherhood who came in on the heels of the Arab Spring. You had like Tunisia
Yeah.
that had a revolt. You had Libya that also had Muammar Gaddafi who was anti-Western.
Right.
So Tunisia, they had their revolution. I haven't heard shit about Tunisia in the past like decade. Libya has been basically a defunct state for the past decade. The Egyptians, the Muslim Brotherhood, got taken out by if I remember correct, like a military coup d'état. They said that it was democratic, but who knows whether or not there was any kind of democracy related at all. And so they got ousted. Bashir al-Assad survived by the skin of his teeth. Basically had to destroy his whole country in order to remain in power. So yeah, I would say the alignment is still wildly destructive and probably horribly resentful of the West, but the governments that are in place are still Western or pro-Western.
Well, the governments that weren't overthrown are I don't know about that, dude.
Tunisia,
You guys almost
Egypt, Saudi
if
Arabia.
Hillary if Hillary was president, it's a possibility that you guys would have been in a direct conflict with Russia right now over Syria.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm not saying the co-opting of the Arab Spring by the West here. I'm saying, well, some of the tyrants who remain have an economic disposition towards cooperation overall, as opposed to hostility. That's not a co-opting.
Well, that's the power of mixed economy capitalism and liberal
Like
hegemony. You don't have to like them.
Is ISIS like exploding to the benefit of? I'm just not seeing this.
Well, ISIS exploding wasn't to the benefit of anybody, but it's also been taken out largely.
Okay. I think you just kind of fried my brain here.
I'll wait.
Yeah, ISIS has not been taken out, by the way. I don't know if you know this, but they attacked a music hall in Russia recently.
Well, hold on. So let's qualify our statements.
Sure.
ISIS owned half of Iraq, Western Iraq, and owned a healthy chunk of eastern Syria. I don't know if they have any territorial claims right now.
Well, you have to be careful with that, because the way ISIS works, it's not like the Taliban, where it actually occupies a role in government. Their attitude towards government has been more or less to entirely neglect it. Their modus operandi is to collect men, offer them wages given them by foreign donors, and then to do things that encourage more donations. They're called the Islamic State, but they have very little state-like about them, right?
Well, now
they're borderline a mercenary army.
Now, but from 2010 to 2014,
always.
No, that's not correct.
Yeah,
they called themselves the Caliphate.
It doesn't matter.
They were trying to create. Hold on. Now you're being confident about something that I think you're incorrect on, so I'm going to expand. So
it's just been a mild interest lately. So
okay. Well, you can tell me what's inside the book as soon as I'm done with my rant. From 2010 to 2014, they took a healthy chunk of Western Iraq, and then they also took a healthy chunk of eastern Syria. They controlled territory and they controlled oil pipelines, and they traded it with the neighboring states. They were looking for recognition, and they claimed to be the Ummah. They claimed to be the foundation of the glorious Islamic Caliphate come back anew in order to chase the Western devils outside of the Middle East and North Africa. And a healthy chunk, tens of thousands of people, traveled to the Islamic State of Syria, the name, and then they lived there, and they governed there, and they ran the people there, and they ran the economy there. So how is that not them claiming territory?
Okay, follow me for a little bit.
I will.
Is North Korea a democracy?
No,
but they're called a democracy.
Okay, did the Islamic State claim nationhood and territory and govern?
Did they claim nation and territory and govern? Well, that's a little bit tricky, because they didn't actually have any state function. They didn't provide services. They didn't provide governance. They had no interaction with the people. They moved in like a gang, basically extracted money and resources from whatever industries they took over, traded it illicitly with smuggling, and then just did their own thing. That's not a state. That's a roving warband. Like, is the LRA a state?
Well, no offense, but no offense to the governments of the Middle East and North Africa, but there were plenty of people in Western Iraq who didn't see the ISIS much different than they saw the central government. And also, I don't know.
That's not true at all.
Yes, they did. Otherwise, why didn't they fight them?
Why didn't they fight them? Do you know what ISIS does to people who fight them? How do you fight ISIS as like a civilian? Oh, it's significantly worse. You fight ISIS?
Fighting ISIS is significantly worse than surrendering. Do you know what happened after the people surrendered? I mean, we can pull up Live Leak if you want.
No, but you're not following here.
Uh-huh.
Civilians are not going to start fighting ISIS, and civilians who are not in conflict with ISIS don't have to surrender, because ISIS isn't interested in just killing all of the people. They're interested in money.
So I'm going to rephrase my question. I think you'll probably be able to answer it. So what happened to the cops and military members who stayed behind in ISIS-controlled territory and surrendered to ISIS, but they had previously been friendly to the central government?
Depending on who you're talking about, some of them were co-opted, some of them were killed.
A shitload of them were killed.
A shitload of them were killed. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of
So
them were
I would
co-opted,
say-
by the way. Like, for example, in Iraq, for instance, there is there is strong speculation that a major turn in their sort of strategic approach was the result of Ba'athist officers being absorbed into their ranks. So it's both.
Okay. I'm not sure if we're far enough away from each other that we have to turn it into a contention. But I would say, this is my assertion, you don't have to agree with it. I would say that ISIS had territorial ambitions. They didn't fulfill those territorial ambitions largely because of a joint multinational effort in the response to the Bataclan attacks and response to the Marseille attacks in 2016. It took a shitload of ordnance. It took coordination with Shiite militias and Iraq's primarily Shiite government. It took us cooling off on Syria in order to largely destroy the territorial ambitions of ISIS. That's my assertion.
Okay, but they didn't govern. They weren't a state. Like they just didn't operate like a state. This is kind of known. Like their internal structure was not. They had zero interest in it. Like
I disagree. They had city council members, they had mayors, they had people who administered the local economy, they had people who ran the oil outside of their own territory. I completely disagree. This is like saying the Taliban was not a state.
No, the Taliban is actually very specifically distinct from ISIS. The Taliban actually had a much more textured structure than ISIS did. This has been noted by people who study both.
Okay. I would say that ISIS's territorial ambitions were thwarted through intentional military effort.
Sure.
Okay.
But how do you get from here to the Arab Spring is co-opted by the West, and that therefore the settling of the West Bank
is probably going to continue without significant action by Arab states?
Probably, yeah. I just don't.
Yeah.
Okay, but why is that pertinent?
Why is Western influence in the Middle East and North Africa pertinent to Arab states not acting against Israel with their current action?
No. Why is Arab states not interfering with the massacre of Gaza?
I would say largely Western influence.
No, but why is that pertinent to a discussion of why you would jump to the defense of propaganda justifying brutalizing the Palestinians over here while this is all going on?
Okay, so let's get into the morality of conflict, which I think was what we were originally talking about. Okay. So if we're talking about resistance, I do not agree with the assertion that there's like no bad tactics, only bad targets. I don't agree with that at all. I don't think that asymmetric warfare or even terrorism demands that you target civilians, demands the rape of women, demands beheadings, demands all of that. And I think that some of these organizations, like Hamas, openly celebrated the fact and how brutal they were on October 7th. As a result, they're not going to be tolerated as a militaristic political entity on Israel's border. So, if that's the case, then there's really only one option here. Israel is going to militarily take Gaza and eradicate as much of Hamas as possible through military means. If civilians are going to get killed, then they're going to get killed. And so what's going to happen here is after that is kind of what's important. But Israel has the right to do this. And if anything, compared to, I would say 50 or 70 years ago.
What do you mean Israel has the right to do this? What are you saying specifically when you say that?
So if you have a government, a neighboring government that sanctions the slaughter of everyone in your nation state, and then they do so, you do not have to tolerate that person on your border.
Okay, so to be clear, your argument then is that the Palestinians do not have to tolerate Israel on their border, right?
I don't see the violence taken by Israel as the same as the violence done by Hamas specifically.
Well, let me give you an example. So, in the lead up to the 1948 war, for instance, Haganah soldiers went door to door with orders to kill the maximal number of adult males possible, opened the doors, pulled up the men, shot them, and or opened the doors, threw in a grenade, and sprayed them with bullets.
Yeah, of course.
They bombed buses.
Are you expecting me to say something else?
Well, it seems like if we go off, for example, Benny Morris's history of this, which suggests that in fact the Palestinians learned terrorism from Israel, everything that you're saying is a perverse justification that I disavow, by the way, for the excesses that Hamas is taking in response to Israel.
Well, hold on. So let's isolate something and then we can move to the next position. So if Israel is moving door to door and executing men, women, and children and indiscriminately throwing explosives into homes, do the people who are suffering that have the right to resist with violence? 100%. And what fucking psycho would say otherwise?
Well, who do you think Hamas recruits from?
I mean, they recruit from pissed off Gazans and pissed off West Bankers and Palestinians and probably international Arabs as well.
West Bankers and Gazans whose families and livelihoods have been destroyed, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Does that give you the right to chop off a Malaysian dude's head with a backhoe?
Well, I don't know, dude. You're the one who's saying that it justifies what Israel's doing to Gaza. Have you seen the photos of the 10-year-old children with their eyeballs popping out of their skulls, crushed by cinder block?
Yeah, because they're getting hit by military ordnance because Israel is taking out Hamas.
But they're not taking out Hamas. Hamas's leadership is in Qatar, Connor.
Yeah,
Hamas is going to survive
Qatar
this just fine.
Fucking up, by the way.
But what does that have to do with the question at hand? If they're displacing millions of people on the basis of ethnic cleansing, we're not talking about like a military response based upon right. We're just talking about the bare fact that they have the power to do so. If you want to talk about right in the sense of you have a reciprocal right to reply in kind in your defense, well, that doesn't really work for you either, because Israel and Britain and the United States aggressed on the Palestinians first. And not against, by the way, the Palestinians as a united entity, just Palestinians generally, Arabs. One of the things that happened very frequently is that in retaliation for the terrorist acts of some individuals here, identity is not actually determined. They would just blow up people nearby. Sometimes they were even like not even Muslims. They would. Sorry?
You're going to have to repeat that sentence. What?
It would frequently be the case that in retaliation for terrorist action by someone who isn't even fully identified, if they couldn't, they would blow up the house of somebody nearby, or they would assault travelers on a road nearby, not even bothering to figure out who it was who was guilty.
Yeah, it's called a death blossom. So let's talk about
a death blossom.
Yeah, it's called a death blossom. So what happened? So actually, I'll describe that because it's actually
I'm not familiar with that term.
It's interesting to me, anyways. So let's say that.
That's a Warhammer thing.
No. This is actually a military thing. I knew about this way before I knew Warhammer. So all right, so death blossom. So imagine a patrol. They're actually the stem of the flower. They're walking up. They are creating the stem by going on a patrol route. And then what happens is you feel that the room's getting pretty fucking ugly. People are mean mugging you. They're staring at you. Kids are fucking, going inside, et cetera, et cetera. You start to get an itchy trigger finger because you think shit's about to pop off. A sniper fucking hits one of your guys inside the patrol. And what happens is instead of identifying where the sniper is, out of adrenaline and fear and anxiety, what happens is the patrol guns down any human being within 25 or 50 yards.
No. See, that's a mistake. So I'm not talking about them spraying indiscriminately in the direction of fire or around themselves when they're under fire. I'm talking about planting bombs.
Planting bombs. Can you elaborate?
Planting bombs in local houses, planting bombs under buses, throwing bombs at buses. The kinds of things that you don't do on impulse, the kinds of things you plan. So
hold on. I want to make sure that I'm understanding your contention, because I would absolutely not permitted in any kind of shape or form. You're saying
Sure.
that, so are we talking about Israeli civilians? Are we talking about IDF? Who are we talking about?
I'll give you a quote here if you'll indulge me.
Sure.
Yeah. So, attacks on Jewish rural settlements, this is Benny Morris, Righteous
Uh-huh.
Victims. 2 paragraphs, if you'll bear with me for a moment. Attacks on Jewish rural settlements also began in early December 1947, generally resulting in the Arabs being beaten off, sometimes with British assistance. This was an army of irregulars that was not representative in Benny Morris's language. The largest raid took place on January 9th, 1948, when more than 300 Arabs, mostly Syrian Bedouins, stormed the frontier kibbutz of Kfar Sold, probably in response to a Palma raid of December 18th on nearby Kisas. The local British battalion commander sent 8 armored cars to help the defenders, and the Arabs were driven off. In Tel Aviv, Jaffa, Haifa, and Jerusalem in December and early January 1948, hundreds of Arab civilians were killed or wounded by Irgun terror. In Jerusalem alone, 37 Arabs were killed and 80 wounded in 2 bombings on December 13th and 29th. Another such operation set in motion one of the bloodiest, most vicious cycles of terror and retaliation of the period. On December 30th, an Irgun squad threw a number of bombs into a crowd at a bus stop outside the Haifa oil refinery, killing 6 people and wounding dozens more. In a spontaneous response, the Arab workers in the refinery turned on their Jewish coworkers with hammers, chisels, stones, and clubs, massacring 39 of them and wounding another 50 before British forces intervened. The Haganah General Staff felt that the massacre could not go unanswered, whatever its causes. On the night of December 31st, the suburban villages of Balad ash-Sheikh and Hawassa, southeast of Haifa, where many of the Arab refinery workers lived, were raided by Palma and Haganah units. The order was to kill a maximal number of adult males, destroy furniture, etc., but to avoid killing women and children. The raiders moved from house to house, pulling men out and executing them. Sometimes they simply threw grenades into houses and sprayed the interior with automatic fire. The villagers suffered more than 60 dead, some of them women and children. In Hawassa, 16 men were killed and 10 wounded. And then there's an example here that stuck with me. And I think it's right here. Bear with me here. A major raid took place on December 18th against the village of Kisas in Upper Galilee. Kisas. Not Kisas, Hisas. A Jewish guard had shot dead an Arab from Hisas. The British arrested him, and the villagers began to snipe at Jews in nearby fields. Then Arabs ambushed and killed a cart driver near Kibbutz Mayan Baruch. That night, the Palma raided Kisas and a large nearby house, the palace, belonging to the main Arab landowner in the era, the Emir Faour. In Kisas, the Palmanics blew up a house and killed 3 men, a woman, and 4 children. At the palace, they killed 4 men. These were unrelated people. This wasn't a
it's
death
ethno-religious. It's ethno-religious tit for tat murder. Yeah,
but it's not tit for tat murder. See, because the Palestinians were defined at this time by their disunity. They were not an entity. The Palestinians were not Palestine. They were just Arabs occupying Palestine. They were different tribes. Some of them even helped Israel fight the insurgents that were fighting that war.
I mean, that's still true today. Yeah,
that is still true today. But the point I'm getting at here is, if you're going to argue that the violence of Hamas justifies what Israel is doing to the Palestinian Arabs, well, you've got a bit of trouble here, because what Hamas is doing is consistent with what Israel has done for a very long time to the Palestinian people. Their identity as a single unity is directly the result of them being attacked as a single entity. That's the only reason why it exists as such. Okay. They were disparate tribes that feuded with each other before.
Sure. So
yeah,
I think there's a reason. I think there's partially a reason why you're going back to 47 and 48, and I think there's a reason why you're going to see an evolution in tactics and technology over the past 80 years in particular.
Well, I'm going back to 47 and 48, to be clear, solely on the grounds that I'm reading about it actively right now. I could go back to precisely the protests that Destiny was defending, the mowing down of people at the Green Line. I could be going. Why
don't you do that while we're here?
Intifada.
So while we're here, what happened to the mowing down of the people at the Green Line? Tell me about it.
The mowing down of the people of the Green Line?
Yeah, or
you
the
had
protest.
People. Yeah, you had people protesting at a fence a few hundred feet away. Some of them moved closer, and they were protesting the blockading of the port, which included, for example, things like toilet paper and books, things we agree were punitive. In reaction,
I'm sorry, what year is this?
This would have been in 2011, I think. Hang on.
Okay. No, I
Give,
just
give,
wanted to set the
give me a
stage.
sec. Let me pull it up. My timeline's fuzzy. My head's back in the 40s right now.
Honestly, if you put me in the aughts or the tens, I know that there was some fucking intifada bullshit around there, and the Israelis are going to have some justification for it. But you can hit me with what happened.
This is the what is it called again? Chat, help me. March of Return. Thank you. Lost it.
Okay.
That's 2014. My bad. Not 2013. 2014. Wait, 2018. What am I thinking of 2014? Shit. 2018. Sorry, the 2018 March of Return. This is much more recent.
You could throw a rock and hit any year, and you're going to bounce into some fucked up violence. So if you just want to describe this, and I'll take generally that it's happened sometime in the past 20 years, I'll give you that charity.
Okay. Well, I mean, this is a protest action, so this is a little bit different. But you had protesters who were protesting the blockade of Gaza, which was destroying the economy of the place, among other things. And you had something to the tune of like 13,000 people wounded by Israeli arms. You had 1,400 killed. You had people in wheelchairs being shot. You had aid workers being shot, etc. I think the grand total of Israeli injured was 1, no deaths. This was simply a massacre of civilians.
Yeah. So can I walk you? Well, so let me just infer from what you're saying, and instead of making excuses for things, let me take your inference, and then let me say why I might doubt it. So 1,400. So 1 injured Israeli, 1,400 dead, and then 13,000 injured. Did I hear that correct?
March of Return casualties. Let me get the exact number here, just so we're
sure.
So 214 Palestinians were killed, 1,400 were shot. So 1,400 had bullets in them. 3,600 were injured.
Okay. So let me tell you what I've heard from Israelis. And I'm not saying in specifics in reference to this thing. This is just something that colors my view. So what happens is Israel has these barricades. They have them in the West Bank and they have them in Gaza, right? They're chain link, they're concertina wire, sometimes they're cement blockades, whatever. But what happens is unarmed Palestinians will walk up to them and try to break down the barricades. This is obviously a security issue. They're not going to let them do it. So what they do, what an Israeli security guy told me, is that they have 22 rifles. So 22 caliber, semi-automatic rifles instead of the normal 5.56 or 308 or whatever rounds that they would typically use in the military thing, right? And so whenever the Palestinians will reach down in order to grab a barricade, they will effectively shoot them in the calf with 22 rounds and then have them get carted off. And so what they'll literally
there were 8,000 hit by live ammunition.
Yeah, 22 is still live ammunition, right? So it could still
I know, but I'm telling you,
it could hit an artery.
Oh no, of course, but
you.
I'm telling you, no. What I'm drawing your attention to is not it's live ammunition. What I'm drawing your attention to is the 8,000. 8,000 people were not lifting up the barricades.
How would you know that based off of them being wounded with live ammunition? I'm missing the inference.
Because a lot of them were wounded with live ammunition without even being in proximity of the fence.
How do you know that?
Well, we know this. There were 8,000 shot. There were not 8,000 at a fence in a brawl with the Israeli guard. That's why only 1 Israeli was hurt.
How long was this event? We also know that
they... What's that?
How long was this event, this riot, this March of Return or protest or whatever you want to call it?
A period of a few months.
So you think in a few months you couldn't have 8,000 people shot with various calibers that ended up wounding them and not killing them?
Well, most of the protests were peaceful.
Okay, and?
This is the UN's judgment on this. Well, 8,000 people were not suddenly against the fence brawling with the IDF.
And well, moreover, I don't even think they're brawling. I think they probably were sniped in a certain way. So if you had people who were
so just to
fence,
be so just to bring this back to the reason why we're having this discussion in the first place. So remember, the argument that you made is that for its own defense, a state has full justification in waging extreme levels of violence against a population that is threatening it, right?
Yep.
That is threatening its territory. Okay. So, right. So Israel was founded on that kind of terrorist violence. That is precisely the kind of thing that made them make their initial land grabs to take from the Palestinians in the first place. There have been multiple massacre actions by the Israeli state since then against them. But for some reason, on the grounds of there being an armistice line that was established with Egypt, the Palestinians approaching a fence, your justification lies solely like that. You will give the justification to the Israeli side for them approaching a fence and shooting 8,000 of them with live ammunition. Why? It seems to me like
I would extend the same to the Palestinians, by the way. But sorry, you're asking a question. Continue.
Well, but if you would extend the same to the Palestinians, then we're not talking about right anymore. Now we're just talking about just sort of agreeing that they're at odds with each other, right?
No, we're talking about borders and enforcement in nation states. That's what we're talking about. So if the Palestinians said, hey, Israel, you fucked us over a whole bunch of times, and on top of that, we lost a dickload of territory because we kept fighting wars against you and losing, and we have massacres on both sides. However, we feel like we've lost enough territory. Therefore, we want to claim this territory specifically as our sovereign. We want the United States and the United Nations in order to recognize these specific borders. And as a result, we will stop attacking you past these borders, but we are going to enforce those. And then let's say that a bunch of settlers, let's say 1,400 settlers or 2,000 settlers or whatever, said, this is greater Israel. This is our territory. We are going to take it. And they started breaking through Gazan fence or West Bank fence and concertina wire, and they were unarmed, then I would absolutely extend the right to the Palestinian Authority or Hamas, if they were still in power, to use as minimum force possible, but up to and including lethal force in order to enforce their border. And if 200 Israeli settlers broke into Palestine in order to try to take territory that wasn't theirs, I wouldn't give a solitary fuck.
Okay, so the funny thing about that is that that's exactly what happened.
How so? Are you talking about the illegal settlements?
I'm talking about the illegal settlements. I'm talking about the bombing and the illegal land grab of Gaza. I'm talking about the illegal land grabs and the killing of Palestinian civilians that has been going on for decades and decades and decades.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. Have the Palestinians ever agreed to live Israel in peace with specific borders?
Have the Palestinians agreed to live in peace with Israel with specific borders?
Yeah.
It depends on what you mean. There's been a consistent desire for a state, but they've never been offered that.
Correct me if I'm wrong. It wasn't that the entirety of the Camp David Accords? Wasn't that the 48 negotiations of territory?
Well, let me quiz you a little bit.
As
in the proposals of, actually, we'll simplify this. Name me one proposal that Israel has agreed to that gives Palestine control over its diplomacy, its airspace, its borders, its military, or its water.
Okay, hold on. Let me write them down. And diplomacy? I already know how you're answering. The answer is no, but let me just write down the tiers. Diplomacy. Next one.
Diplomacy. Military.
Okay.
Airspace.
Airspace.
Water.
Borders. Okay. So hold on. So let me
ask you an additional question before you continue. Can you have a state in your judgment without control over your diplomacy, your borders, your airspace, your military, or your water?
Okay. I think that you can have a state if you have control of your diplomacy, your water, and your borders. And then I think your military and your airspace can definitely be negotiated along with the security concerns of your neighbors.
Let's run with that.
Sure.
Find me one that offered them that.
Okay, that offered them security guarantees for their diplomacy.
How about for their
water and their borders?
Sure. Diplomacy, water, borders.
Okay, I'm assuming based off of the way you're asking the question, the answer is already no.
You'd be assuming right, yeah.
Okay, so
just to be clear, the reason why we're talking about this is because they have not been offered a state. What they have been offered is a non-state that they're calling a state, and they're calling it a state so that international observers
Mhm.
can go, look, the dirty Arabs didn't want peace. It's their fault.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hold on. So let's talk. Let's talk about this, okay? Because
sure.
there's probably I don't want to. I'm not going to totally send for Israel, but I'm going to ask.
I don't think you
So
have so far. I'm
okay,
gonna be fair to you. Yeah,
thank you. So with water, that's going to be a question of geography, right? So
sure.
the
Yeah.
River Jordan, if Israel has a certain claim to certain like water reclamation facilities or whatever, they're probably going to want to maintain those in order to, basically guarantee their water access for Israel. So, at that point, I would be asking if Palestine is requesting, asking for, guaranteeing, wanting their own desalination plants, their own water plants on the River Jordan, whatever's going on there.
Why don't we just cross water off the list? Okay,
Okay, for the
let's
sake
let
of it.
water be a thing. Then negotiate. It's a bit complicated ecologically. Water
Okay.
goes from one place
So,
and ends in another place. I get it. Yeah.
so let's go for diplomacy. So you're saying that Israel was never on the table recognizing some kind of Palestinian state that had the right to negotiate based off of diplomacy.
To have its own diplomacy with other countries. Yeah.
So that was not on the table ever.
No.
Okay. Yeah. Then
Yeah.
that's
And there's a very good reason for this, by the way, because a
Uh-huh.
Palestinian autonomous state would be actually a very severe security risk for Israel now. You'd have something that now has true sovereignty, the ability as a state to raise arms, to do diplomacy with other countries, to make alliances, to make trade with other countries, maybe even to prosper. And every single member of that population has a family member who's been destroyed by the state of Israel specifically. You'd have a growing power right next to you that has every single reason to resent you in a way almost as deep as some peoples resent the slavery done by the British and the Americans. Like it's bad. It's really
Sure.
bad. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, if that is true, I'm presuming it's true based off of the fact that you have a book. Yeah.
This book is on ISIS, but
well,
yeah.
right, but I'm assuming you have read a different book or perhaps a Wikipedia article.
I think I actually did lift up any more earlier. I am very tired. I've been going for a while.
No, it's okay. So what I was going to say is I would see that as unacceptable from a negotiative standpoint, but also I would hope that if there's adults in the room, I mean, you and I are both relatively speaking adults, I would hope that the Palestinian Authority would be able to say, hey, listen, we're either a state or we're fucking not. You're extending us these territorial grants. Thank you. But at the same time, if we don't have sovereignty over our own diplomatic affairs, then who's to say that you're not just going to say these are null and void for some reason, and even non-state actors. So, for instance, let's say that there's a Palestinian terrorist group that doesn't accept the diplomatic overtures conducted by the Palestinian Authority or Hamas, and then they take their own violent action against Israel, then Israel uses that as a pretext in order to ignore the sovereignty of the Palestinian territory. Yeah, absolutely. I would see why you wouldn't sign that.
Here's a question for you too. Okay, so the PLOs who rejected the Camp David, right? So
Right.
here's a question. Why was it the PLO? Why was the PLO negotiating on behalf of the Palestinians?
I'm assuming they're the closest thing to a government that the West Bank had.
Well, where was the PLO for a large period of time? Do you know? They weren't in Palestine. Okay, they were in Lebanon and Syria, right? Okay. So how did they, given that they weren't there, how did they become the government of the Palestinians in Gaza?
Well, this is me presuming too much. Maybe I'm being too charitable to the PLO. I would assume that you would govern in absentia because you would be worried that if you were within your own territory that didn't have sovereign protection, then your liability for assassination. That's why I assume Hamas's infrastructure is in Bahrain or Oman, is so that they don't just get randomly schwacked by IDF special forces.
Yeah, there wasn't any government in Palestine by the Palestinians at this point. So the PLO wasn't doing that. The PLO was engaging in terror attacks in neighboring countries. The reason why the PLO became the government in Palestine was because Israel made a deal to recognize the PLO as the government in Palestine in order to undercut, once again, other organizations that were already at the UN negotiating for Palestinian statehood. And
So,
what they were able to do, because the
mhm.
PLO was in exile for a long time, and they were run by what's the they were run by some very uh, elitist, not very flexibly minded people who were more concerned with being in charge than with actually securing statehood for the Palestinians. They accepted terms that were not advantageous to Palestinian autonomy. In fact, kind of cemented it for all time as an impossibility.
Wait, hold
And
on. So
as in
you're
exchange, they got
saying
a privileged status. Yes,
these are the elite douchebags who are at the UN, or this is the PLO? Who are you talking about?
talking about the PLO.
Okay, then
The
all right.
people at
So
the UN were not elite. Were not elite douchebags. They were elites.
well, so
Yeah.
let me follow up with this. So if Hillary Clinton, I am naturally distrustful of the state. So if you tell me that a politician is a liar, I'm not going to be shocked. So when Hillary Clinton is saying that, like, well, if the Palestinians had just signed on to the Camp David Accords, they would have had a state for 24 years at this point. Do you think that she's an earnest State Department representative who's trying to advocate in the interest of multiple parties? Or do you think that she's a liar who basically knows that she's passing on a poison deal? Not that she was the Secretary of State at the time. It was her husband who was
I mean,
president.
it's Hillary
But
Clinton. Is that a trick question?
well, I think that your cynicism, I agree with, but I think that people who are more charitable to the U.S. State Department would hope that there was representatives who were actually advocating for the benefit of all.
Yeah, I think that's a little naive.
Damn, you're hella cynical. Okay, you're more
Well,
cynical than me. That's
yeah,
interesting.
I hope so.
No,
To be honest,
no. So actually, I want to ask you a follow-up question then.
yeah.
From your perspective, does it seem like I know there was like a lefty Israeli politician who seemed good faith and he got assassinated. But every other Israeli offer for peace or a two-state solution, or at least a nominal non-state entity with secure borders, do you see all of this as bad faith negotiation?
Well, sort of intrinsically, if you're talking about something that's being sold as a state so that it can be blamed on the Palestinians for rejecting it, but is not actually a state. Because what happens if they accept terms that don't give them a state? What happens? Why do you suppose they would offer those? What do you think that does?
Well,
what is the purpose to offering a state that isn't actually a state?
Well, my presumption, I think I alluded to it earlier, is that since they're not a state, if they violate any level of the agreement, then you can say this agreement is now void. And since that person doesn't have diplomatic ties to other countries, they don't have security with their own water, they don't have the ability to develop a sophisticated military apparatus, all that kind of stuff, they cannot protect their own territorial claims as a result.
No. So here's the actual reason. The actual reason is because if you have a stabilized treaty situation which they have accepted particular terms, then incursions, further incursions that are within those terms can no longer be treated as I'll put it more simply. If you agree to an arrangement that says, yes, I, Arafat, signed this accord, and we are now recognized as a state, barring that we don't have control over our airspace, or diplomacy, or water, or borders, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Or military.
We don't have a military one. Yeah, okay. The bid for a Palestinian state is now dead. But it's better than that because it's dead, and now nobody will ever know. Because in the eyes of the world, there's a Palestinian state. Oh, but it's not a real state. And now it's obscured even further. Now there's no capacity whatsoever to argue for it because it's done. Right?
Well, yeah, but you have to recognize that with your ambitions, right? If you're the Palestinians,
sorry, it's freezing in here. My AC just blasted.
Well, that's excellent. With the territory, okay, with the territory claim. So let's talk about it. All right. So water, we talked about it. It's complicated. Obviously, you want security over your own water because then your enemies can shut off the tap, right? There we go. So let's say that the Palestinians, they make some kind of plan for a water treatment facility on the River Jordan. Bam, we got water taken care of. Let's say that we move on to diplomacy. With diplomacy, Israel says you are barred from soliciting support from other Arab nations in regards to XYZ ABC military technology, and you are also prohibited from soliciting XYZ ABC dual use technology. You're not allowed to do it because basically it's too big of a security risk for us. Okay, like I can kind of see that. Then when it comes to the military or whatever, it's like you have security over your own borders. You can have a militia, provisional defense force, whatever, in order to secure the Gazan border and all that kind of stuff. But if you start a military buildup, we're going to view that as a violation of your creation as a non-state entity or whatever. These are still infinitely better than what is happening to the Palestinian people.
You mean them being like bombed and mass evicted to the tune of 2 million people and their homes blown and their homes being bulldozed? Yeah, I tend to agree.
Yeah.
But what you're basically arguing though is like, well, you've got a choice. You can have segregation or slavery. What's your pick? I mean, obviously, given the two, you're going to pick 40s America over 1890s America, right?
Yeah.
But is that the right timeline? I have no idea. But
1850, but close enough.
Yeah. So, but that's not really relevant here because what you're basically saying as well, with the benefit of foresight, Arafat might have accepted a deal that was fraudulent because if he didn't, then his people are all going to get massacred by the people he's having a bad faith. He was negotiating a bad faith treaty with. I guess I just don't see how this gets us to a place where anything that Israel is doing is in the right. It seems to just be raw force, which is a way you can go. But then you got a problem because if might makes right, well, you don't actually have an argument against October 7th. I do. That's the advantage of my position.
Well, I mean, I have an argument against October 7th insofar as you shouldn't like slaughter civilians or rape women or take hostages within like the rules of engagement of armed conflict. But you know,
I mean, the rules of engagement. Do you think Israel is following the rules of engagement in armed conflict?
Relatively speaking, yeah.
Relatively, their civilian to militant death ratio is substantially worse than Hamas's so far. Impressively.
This is like murder with intent and like collateral damage. Like we're talking about. Intent but matters to me in death.
Sure, but if you're displacing 2 million people and you know that you're displacing,
you're knowingly causing,
and not just knowingly causing. This isn't passive. Literally, it's just the bare fact that the ordinance Israel has is bigger, is giving you the wiggle room to say, well, technically anybody could be in this blast radius, and we just don't care. So what we're going to do is we're just going to shoot a bomb here, say Hamas was hiding there, we saw a rocket, and then everything else we're fine because that's just the fog of war. But they're clearly pushing to. We both agree they're trying to get all the Palestinians out of Gaza, and you've said this. I haven't said they want to cleanse it entirely in this conversation at least. So, given that that's the case, would it not be reasonable to assume that the actions that are facilitating that are taken with that in mind?
So hold on. So let's back up a little bit.
Yes.
If Jordan said we are going to take all 2 million Gazan civilians, I think Israel would celebrate. They would pave it. They would turn it into a fucking parking lot. And in 2 decades, it wouldn't be called Gaza. It'd be called some Jewish name, right? Then I think Egypt would, same thing. If the Egyptians accepted the Gazan civilians as refugees, then Israel would celebrate. That being said, Egypt hasn't. Jordan hasn't. There's no indications that they're going to. And so as a result, Israel now and will have 1.999 million people when this is all said and done, still stuck on their southern border in a shitty situation with no infrastructure, all that bullshit. So when you're talking about like whether or not Israel is trying to maximize civilian death or collateral, I think they could be being haphazard. I think they could be being punitive or vengeful, but this is not even close to the scale of what they're capable of. They could drop 3 500-pound bombs in Rafah right now, and they could double or triple their civilian casualty stats. We're talking about like one of the most dense place on the planet, and on top of that, like urban warfare is worse. So here's the thing: you're saying that Israel is creating these conditions intentionally. Yeah, sorry, continue.
If I may, so just to be clear, where you're going with this is, if Israel really wanted to get rid of the Palestinians, they really wanted to kill them all, they would just nuke Gaza. Obviously, why wouldn't they?
Or they would be even looser with the ROE than they already are.
But we already know that there are consequences internationally to them doing so.
Sure.
Right? Right. So wouldn't that be enough to say, well, they're trying to do this slyly?
Sorry. Yeah, I had a joke there. I'll refrain.
What was the joke?
No, I was going to play into an anti-Semitic trope. It's
yeah, don't do that.
Yeah. So, yeah, sure. I mean, here's the thing. So I think I want to back up because I think there's going to be something that we could agree on more. You're saying that, like, well, doesn't this just boil down to might makes right? If the Palestinians accept the state, and by the way, I don't think that this was like with substantive forethought. I think that, Arafat, I think the Palestinians still see the writing on the wall, which is a slow crawl of Israeli power over these territories.
I think slow is probably not the word anymore, but yeah.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, I would say the West Bank is probably going to take 100 years in order for them to colonize and sufficiently displace the Arab population to the point that they feel control.
I don't think so. No, they've been accelerating it quite a bit, actually, over the course of the last few months. Because one of the great things about Gaza is that nobody's paying attention to the other parts.
Well, I would be looking at the population. This is from a myriad of conversations, but it's my understanding that they don't actually want to territorially control Gaza and the West Bank, because if they do, and then they admit the Arab locals as citizens into the Israeli state, they are going to demographically shift Israel to the point that they're going to feel fucked within their own democracy. That's my understanding of it.
This is the UN as of March 26th. Amid worsening humanitarian situation in Gaza, settlement activities have continued and intensified. So it's not going slow. It's going. What is this? Oh, I see. Gotcha. It's going faster as the bombing in Gaza continues, and I have a suspicion that the reason for this is that they're allowing this to proceed less impeded, or abetting it even. Because once the Gaza situation is over, now you have two separate humanitarian catastrophes in your recent history to contend with.
Okay.
Yeah.
So so just little pushback. Sure. Intensifying is always going to be a word that I'm going to be skeptical of for degree. So, for instance, let's say that there's like a 50% increase in like settlements, but that's still like a few thousand people or whatever. I'm not going to think that the West Bank is going to be seized overnight. And also on top of that, I think I'm confident in my like demographic and population metrics that I don't think that you're going to have the West Bank be under Israeli control in the next decade or two. That would be wildly surprising to me. I'll happily eat crow on it if I have to. Excuse me. So hold on. So the area where I think we could understand each other, even if we don't agree, is there's a Greek saying, it comes from the Athenians. They were massacring this town and slaughtering people, and it's because
talking about Milos.
Well, is that because
you're talking about the Melian dialogue? Yeah.
Did they stay neutral? Was that the story?
They did.
Yeah. And then the famous saying is, "The powerful do what they can, and the weak suffer what they must."
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So
but I mean, you want to know what's funny?
Actually, how I see it.
Yeah, but you want to know the punchline of that though? The Athenians lost the war.
Well, is it because they pissed off the Molotians or the Millions?
No, it's because they followed through on that logic entirely. And they used their strength, disregarding the situation around them, disregarding the people around them, and they overextended themselves, and as a consequence, they were defeated mercilessly.
Well, were they not ultimately still correct with their saying, even though they were the ones who suffered it?
Well, the thing about that is, the strong do what they will and the weak suffer what they must. It presumed that strength was something that was simply contained by one party and wasn't itself a configuration of a broader field that included more than just them. And as a
Sure.
consequence of Israel acting as quote unquote the strong, they created the conditions of their own destruction. They created conditions in which they were feared, in which people now allied against them, and they created conditions under which they became accustomed to arrogant and reckless action that resulted in them spending their entire military on a doomed assault on Sicily. So,
Well, yeah. So that's actually an interesting question. So I don't see this flipping on the Israelis. I hope that they're smart enough to realize that they probably can't mass slaughter 2 million Gazan civilians. And if the casualty stats get insane, then they're going to get fucked diplomatically and economically, and they're already suffering
but I
those
mean, they already
consequences.
are. I don't think.
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
think the casualty numbers matter. I said this how many months ago? I said this a few months ago, back when the death toll was something to the tune of 6,000. And I said if the numbers were double, I think we'd be having the exact same conversation. Not a jot difference. And I think this
Okay.
is playing out. I don't think the numbers particularly matter. I think we would be having the exact same conversation now if the estimated dead was at 6,000 or at 8,000. I don't think we'd be talking about this any differently.
But I still think we're in the window of justifiable Israeli military action. Hamas still exists. They still have operating cells in Gaza. They also still have hostages.
Well,
Like,
they always will. You don't take out
they
an
will always
insurgency.
have hostages. They will always have cells.
Well, at this rate, they're going to kill the hostages before they actually manage to beat Hamas.
Uh-huh.
They're beating down representatives of the hostages' families right now, who are protesting Israel's operations in Rafah.
Yeah, because they know there's an increased chance that they're going to kill their hostages. Yeah.
Israel has refused terms to have their hostages returned.
Well, this is where I gotta give you a little bit of pushback.
Well, it's just kind of a fact, right?
Well, didn't Hamas say we can't account for all of them and we also can't guarantee that they're going to be alive? Wasn't that part of the most recent conversation?
I mean, that's kind of a given, though, is it not? Of
Sure,
course they can't guarantee
it is. But how about you tell me how many you have that are alive, and we'll decide how long of a ceasefire we want to go for.
Well, who's killing the hostages, Connor?
I would assume that you don't. Well, hold on.
I would assume you probably don't want to kill your own hostages. That's kind of defeats the purpose of having hostages.
Well, it's all going to be a scale thing. It's always going to be a scale. If you have to sacrifice 10,000 troops in order to save one hostage, then you're just going to go kill everybody, and you're going to kill the hostage.
Who are you talking about? You've lost me a little bit.
Okay, so you're saying that Israel, and you're smirking a little bit. So I'm assuming what's going on is that
I'm just at an angle. I'm not smirking. I'm just smiling.
Okay. So I'm assuming what you're saying is that Israel, through their aggressive military operations, has been confirmed to have killed several of their own hostages. And not just that, but probably through worsening the conditions of the people of Gaza by not providing water, food, medicine, et cetera, there were probably some elder hostages or some immunocompromised hostages or whatever who also died indirectly from Israel's own military actions and sanctions and blockades and all that kind of bullshit. Because basically, if Hamas was able to get medicine, then maybe they could have treated the hostages. Am I inferring okay so far?
That's probably a little bit more elaborate than I would go. I would be very surprised if they didn't lose a bunch of the hostages and flat out didn't know where they were. You have.
I mean, that's a decent point.
You have millions of people displaced and condensed into one spot. Like, how are they gonna? Like, how are they getting out of there? How are they signaling that, hey, I'm a hostage, let me out? They're just a person. They could be buried under rubble somewhere. We have no idea.
Sure, but then I would hope that Hamas, because this is the thing about like command and control, which I'm not saying that Hamas is particularly good at, they could do an inventory of the ones that they could account for.
Hamas is really good at that, actually.
So they should be able to say, out of the 33 requested hostages, we can account for 15 of them. 8 of them are alive. What do you want for the 8 that are alive and the 7 corpses?
Well, it sounds like that's what they did. They said like, hey, we'll give you your hostages, but we can't guarantee that their condition. I mean, keep in mind, like while these negotiations were being considered, there was still shelling.
This is something that I'm going to point out, though. Mm-hmm. I am willing to admit and concede instantly that Israel could be negotiating in bad faith, particularly when it comes to like them ultimately wanting to take more of the territory, right? But are you willing to equally admit that Hamas and Palestinians and folks, the PLO and all that kind of stuff, also are potentially negotiating in bad faith in order to achieve their own ends, and that they might spit, they might lick a gift horse in the mouth or spit on a deal that's decent?
Well, I mean, given the fact they haven't been offered a deal that's decent, it's been misportrayed to the to the international community in order to justify further brutality against them, given the fact that while negotiations have been taking place, their civilian populations have been brutalized, and given the fact that the entire premise of this whole thing is a long sequence of massacres both in and around the territory of Israel, Palestine.
I'll give you.
I mean, if you're asking me, do I think that a much weaker party that knows that the much stronger party it's negotiating with is operating in bad faith is also operating in bad faith and looking a quote unquote gift horse in the mouth? I mean, obviously.
Yeah, I'm going to give you my logic. I'm going to give you my logic, and you don't have to agree with it, but maybe you'll see it at least. So, if Israel's conducting military operations, they probably kill civilians, et cetera, et cetera. All right, they at least have the social tact and intelligence to pretend that they give a shit, that they're taking operations in order to reduce civilian casualties, et cetera, even to pretend.
So Hamas, Israel is?
Yeah. I would say I don't think
I pretend to. You're giving them a lot of credit if you say they're pretending. They'll say that they're obviously doing so, but it doesn't look like they're trying very hard.
Okay.
In fact,
at least they know to lie. Well, then, from your perspective, from my perspective, at least they know to lie about it. Okay.
We have a lot of quotes by them. We have we have a lot of quotes by them now.
The DOD or the DOE talking about how they're going to glass Gaza or some shit. Sure. Okay.
No, that's wash.
True. So, when Hamas did October 7th, just through virtue of what they themselves were posting to social media, we saw women shot. We saw their bodies being dragged through the street. We saw bloody hostages being dragged, screaming, crying, all that kind of bullshit. We saw child hostages. We saw men and women and children cowering inside bunkers and militants throwing grenades at the civilians intentionally. We saw them brutalize international aid workers, or not even international aid workers. I think it was just a contractor. We saw a Malaysian guy who's not Israeli or Filipino or some shit. And they just fucking
Miles Chong.
We could only wish. And they beat him down to the ground. They took a gardening implement and they slowly hacked off his head. This is what they were posting to Twitter willingly. They were proud of it. They thought it was good. And this can only speak to a moral framing in which your enemies are beneath consideration. And not only that, their civilians are worthwhile targets. I have seen this repeated in euphemistic and in sanitized terms for the past 6 months. When it comes to the Western liberal hegemony, we don't say that these are good things. We don't glorify the slaughter of civilians for shits and giggles, and we don't glorify the murder of people who are totally unrelated to the incident.
Except you do defend the murder of people totally unrelated to the incident in a unprecedentedly peaceful demonstration that was even signed on to by Hamas. That is the March of Return. So you do. Incidentally, we have records of people in Hamas who are moderating forces who actually, for example, were opposed to suicide bombing being killed by Mossad. We have the record of Hamas being given privileges, a kind of fostering by the Likud government in order to make sure that it gained prevalence over the other parties that might have proceeded along more peaceful lines.
Can we try to differentiate between me and the Israeli right-wing government?
I am trying very hard, but here's the general point I'm going at. Hamas is not the Palestinians. We know this for many reasons, besides their numbers, besides the fact that they are not signed on to by the majority of Palestinians, besides the fact that leading up to October 7th, they were actually experiencing dwindling popularity. We know this because they had to be fostered in the first place in order to undercut the other parties.
Mm-hmm.
So that being the case, Yeah, Hamas really bad. Hamas really bad by design because it gives Israel the perfect carte blanche excuse to do whatever they want to the Palestinians because they always have an atrocity to respond to every single time. That's why they want them there. Peaceful protests, you don't want peaceful protesting Gazans or Palestinians if you're Likud because those are people you have to negotiate with. You can get them violent if you can make sure that only the violent ones are able to function. uh Perfect. Perfect. Let them do their little like smuggling operations. Let them throw rockets every now and then that you shoot down, doesn't matter. If you need to grab land, uh perfect. It's fantastic. You can always count on them to do something, right?
Fuck. We kind of zoomed out when I was trying to zoom in. Yeah, I mean, if you want me to say that Israel is probably playing
And incidentally,
Hamas and the Palestinians and the diplomatic. Yep. Sorry, continue.
by October 7th, look at what Israel did stopping the Hamas incursion. They didn't just shoot Hamas. They got a ton of their own civilians there as well, like a ton.
Okay, so hold on. So we need to get into this because this is actually, you have been less frustrating in this regard, but there are lefties who are fairly frustrating for me in this regard. All right.
Okay.
So citing my my history nerddom along with my prior service. Okay.
Okay.
So when it seems like sometimes what is happening with lefties who are sympathetic to Palestine is that they are adding up the amount of military or terrorists that are dead, and they're counting those as lawful combatants. And then they're adding up the civilian dead, and they're saying, look over here. The Israelis and conventional military forces are able to kill way more civilians. Therefore, aren't they just as evil as the terrorists over here? Right? That I'm not saying that you're necessarily making them equivalent, but some people do.
I'm following you. Yeah, some people should do that.
Okay. So the frustration for me in that regard is that I'm going to use Afghanistan as an example.
Okay.
We went into Afghanistan. We conducted conventional military operations against the Taliban and Al-Qaeda, and we probably killed a few thousand militants along with their supporters. Then, in the insurgency ensuing over the next 2 decades, which I would say is where a majority of the civilians were killed, we backed national government forces that were sympathetic to us, and we fought alongside them fighting insurgents like the Taliban and all that kind of stuff. What happened, I would say, in Iraq and in Afghanistan is 2 things. One, there was a conflict between national forces that were aligned with the West and the people who supported them. And then there was the people who supported the people who were against us. And they massacred the shit out of each other. Just murdering civilians left, right, and center, reprisal attacks, families getting butchered, tortured, murdered, all the worst shit you can possibly imagine. And that will account for a shitload of the civilian casualties. Then not only that, but you also had conventional forces going on patrols and trying to attack terrorist organizations, et cetera, et cetera. And when they're going on those attacks, if an asymmetric opponent hits you and you hit them back, oftentimes the asymmetric opponent is hiding amongst civilians and therefore will get civilians killed as a part of those operations. So, for me, there is a moral difference between conventional forces who are trying to engage an asymmetric opponent and who accidentally kill civilians as a result of those operations versus the asymmetric forces who intentionally slaughter men, women, and children because they think that that is going to bring about their faction's power. There is a moral difference.
Well, yeah, but the problem though is that that's not what's happening, because what you have is buildings with no terrorist presence are being tapped and the people driven en masse, like in cities empty entirely. We're not talking about we're trying our best, but like sometimes there's a rocket coming from this store and we just have no choice but to shoot it before it shoots us. That's not what's happening. It's not a ticking time bomb. There are stories of, Hamas is firing rockets. And therefore, without any proof whatsoever, Israel now takes carte blanche to do what it's wanted to do for a long time, specifically Likud party wants to do for a long time, which is just get all the people out, all of them, indiscriminately. You don't get licensed to blow up a marketplace because there's one guy with a gun in it. That's not how that works.
I mean, actually, not defending that specifically, but there literally is a calculation of, unfortunately, I had an Air Force friend who did this shit. There literally is a collateral damage calculation where they decide how high up the target is versus how many civilians they're going to kill in the airstrike, and then they make a decision off of that. And it also depends on the
sure,
target.
but they're not making decisions like that in Gaza. Like they're not doing that. They're just
not right now. But wouldn't you say that before
never.
They probably were?
If they've displaced 1 million people, you can't sell to me that they're using any kind of discrimination there.
Yeah, I would say that they said that October 7th was an intolerable event, and as a result, they're going to do what's necessary in order to eliminate the institution of Hamas.
But they didn't eliminate the institution of Hamas. Hamas doesn't require those cities to stand. They eliminated the cities.
Okay.
They got rid of the Palestinian civilians, right?
So if I had to guess, if I wasn't dumb, I'll use a non-ableist term or a less ableist term.
Brooks wants to come. Do you mind if my friend Brooks comes on? He's nicer than me. It's not going to be
sure.
He's a war nerd, so he'd find this interesting.
Sure.
Brooks, come into the guest thing.
As long as I can finish this idea, and then I'll be happy to talk.
No. Of course. Yeah. You'll have tons of time to talk.
Okay. So when it comes to, we were talking about civilian operations. We were talking about knocking and talking and all that kind of stuff. Okay. Yeah. So when it comes to what's going to happen next, right? What I would expect is that Israel, if they were smart, is they're going to conduct military operations in Rafah. They're probably going to kill a shitload more people than is necessary. Then they're going to let the civilians back into Gaza. If they were smart, they would help them with the rebuilding, although, of course, that's going to, potentially cause more Israeli casualties. Then they are going to say, Hamas is a banned political entity in Gaza. We will not negotiate with them. And if they are a part of your organization, we will kill them. We are going to work with this new Gazan Reconstruction Authority or some shit like that. And so what's going to happen over the next few decades, if this is what happens, is the Gazan Construction Authority is going to be accused of being puppets of Israel, and therefore they're likely going to face pressure and potentially violence from the Gazans themselves. But also, since they have Israel as a working partner, and that's a wealthy, industrialized, technologically developed nation, they do have the opportunity to do real restructuring, getting real food, real water, etc., into that area. So that's what happens next.
You think they're going to let them back in and just rebuild the Gazan cities for the Palestinians?
I'll tell you what's not going to happen. They could let them sleep in rubble. They're not going to let Hamas be a official government arm of Gaza. That will not be permitted, regardless of whether or not the Gazan civilians are sleeping on rubble or rebuilt homes.
Well, I don't think they're going to be sleeping in Gaza at all.
Where are they going to go?
Well, they're probably going to be forcibly expelled from Palestine.
To where?
That's an excellent question. To wherever is neighboring Egypt.
Jordan and Egypt are not going to accept them.
Well,
they haven't agreed to accept them yet. To say they won't accept them is a challenge.
You're booming, Brooks.
I'm sorry. This happens every time. Apologies. My camera's oversaturated.
You can turn yourself down, or I can turn you down. What do you want to do?
I turned it down a little bit.
I can try to turn myself down.
You're okay now on my end.
All right. The challenge comes when we start talking about like what is happening now versus what will, because it is, as everything is, always changing situations. Like Saudi Arabia had its deal with Israel, but the deal was only the beginning. The Saudi Arabia, the KSA just announced at the World Economic Forum that without peace in Gaza, without a two-state solution and a clear path to Palestine, I am using the right mic. Sunday, fuck off. He's writing me like,
I think your gain is just high.
Your quality is like super low for some reason.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It's everything's terrible always. It's Discord, to be fair.
Okay, that's true. As you were, sorry.
Saudi Arabia and Israel, there was the big deal. Oh, this peace accord, they're going to work together and work towards normalization. But they announced at the World Economic Forum that without a two-state solution and a clear path that is undisturbable was the word. That it's in jeopardy. Normalization with KSA is in jeopardy. That wasn't the case 4 months ago. And as this changes and shifts, as the situation becomes more and more dire, I would throw it back to another really great example, sort of in the past of things. That the Jewish people at one point begged for being refugees and were refused. And that changed how we sort of viewed them over time. It wasn't permanent and it wasn't great. So these things are changing. And so Jordan and Egypt, despite not having no reason to be responsible for these people, and they genuinely aren't. It's one of those things I'm always curious of. These people are Israeli citizens by any right that I can think of. The idea that Jordan or Israel have to be responsible is problematic. They will at some point. It will be so awful. It will be a call that they'll have to honor. And there will be other places that these people can go. But again, refugees don't go on to lead very successful lives, especially in the Middle East. We've seen this over and over. We saw this. Afghanistan is a great example of, a massive push of people out. Iraq, same thing. This diaspora of people that spread everywhere. That we'll just say haven't quite found a home yet and are causing lots of disturbances in a lot of countries. So these things are going to be shifting in a pretty significant way, especially as things get more and more serious. The move into Rafah, a lot of people didn't think that Israel would make the move. So the current peace deal that, whatever reason it fell apart, included a ceasefire and leaving Rafah alone, and Israel hasn't done that. And this seemed to be a thing that, like, we even had our head of state, the State Department, fly out for these talks because we were so certain they would accept it. For them not to accept it shows that there's a lot more going on here, and it's going to end up getting worse and worse until it's genuinely Darfur level, if it's not there already.
Very quickly, Brooks, if you can lower your gain, it's not your volume, it's your gain.
I'm trying.
It's fuzzy.
So the reason why I'm kind of adamant that Israel was probably always going into Rafah is because of historical examples that I can think of in Iraq. The main being Fallujah. So what happened in Fallujah was a bunch of American contractors went in with limited support. They got butchered by the local population. Their bodies were burned and they were hung from the bridges. Commanders.
I'm happy to stipulate. I agree with you. My assumption is Rafah was always going to be the thing we're doing. Like I'm not saying. I'm saying I'm with you. Like I think it's silly that people thought they wouldn't want. I think it's silly that they don't. They're going to take all of Gaza and the West Bank. Like we know how the amoeba is moving. This is not new. They've stated very cleanly. The head of the military in Israel flatly said that they're going to be doing this. There's a reason they're doing that thing that is super war crimey, where you blow up, bomb buildings, and then you send in bulldozers to like clear the rubble, which is like, maybe they're like it's not a thing you're supposed to do. Like,
well, yeah. So I guess that's my question to both you and President Sunday. Then is like, so what do you see? So for instance, we let's say the Rafah operation goes through. Israel goes in, they kill a bunch of military-age males and a shitload of collateral damage. There's people starving, they're getting cholera, they're dying. We get a bunch of videos and pictures of Arab Muslims, starving or dying from preventable disease because they're living in tents and, they don't have enough water and they don't have enough food and this, that, the other. And then who takes them and who remains in the territory of Gaza physically?
Israel should take all of it as a singular state. There's no I see no reason to not have that. Everyone should be.
But if they take that and then they do the expulsion, let's say that every single Arab Muslim. Well, wait. So you're just saying they militarily control it?
No. I think Brooks is saying that they should give the Palestinians a state.
No, I'm saying that Israel is the entire region already. Whatever the name is, I really don't personally give a shit about. The state that runs Gaza is Israel currently.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
The Netanyahu government runs that. These people are Israeli citizens. The West Bank people are Israeli citizens. We pretend like they're not. But again, Hamas was only elected because Israel allowed an election to happen. That's not how a state works. That's how a high school works. That they let the students.
But Israel is not going to let the Arab Muslims have Israeli citizenship because of demographic concerns, right?
Well, then, so you enjoy the idea of an ethno state. See, for me,
I'm not saying I enjoy. I'm being descriptive.
Well, no, my point would be that the U.S.'s job is to apply as much political pressure as possible, and we can. We 100%, we control what happens in Israel. Israel doesn't control us. There's a tail wagging the dog thing happening. If we were to just simply say, well, you don't get any more funds, they're going to stop doing what they're doing. If we were to go in and start supporting the more peaceful sides of the Israeli government, which exist, and the Israeli population, which exists, even the hardcore Hasids who are like crazy over the top, they don't want war. They're actually getting the shit kicked out of them by the IDF. There's neo-Nazi groups who are Israeli first, Jewish second. The actual neo-Nazi groups in Israel. It's an amazing sort of thing that's happened there. So if we were to go in and support more centrist, real libertarian sort of liberal views, we actually could find people having all their rights. We won't get there because the hardline right currently controls a significant amount of Israel's government. But I think there's no reason to assume that Israelis as a whole, and that's Arab, Jewish, Christian, can't all just live there because they
I think
right.
No, I think very quickly. So I'm in agreement with you, Brooks. But I think very quickly, just to be fair to Connor here, I don't think he was saying that this is what he believes ought to happen. I think he was saying.
I know,
Yeah,
but I'm just saying, like, to me, it's the presupposition that they can't is my issue, and I don't agree with the presupposition that they can't solve for this because I think
this is okay. This is where I'll try to be a little bit more specific so you can see what I'm getting at. So you, me, and President Sunday are all wildly intelligent, wildly handsome gentlemen on the internet who should have millions of subscribers and millions of dollars in the bank account. However, we are not. We are three people who debate in Twitch and YouTube politics. And so I think that we can see the possible, and we can even maybe have an infinitesimally small impact on national discourse. However, I think that we can all see trend lines in the way that like politicians currently operate, and we can also see the Overton window as it currently exists. I don't see any like will or knowledge in the American people to press Israel into admitting all of Gaza as citizens. And I think the Israelis would find a lot of Americans sympathetic where they say, why the fuck would you force us to make these people citizens? They just slaughtered 1,000 of us indiscriminately on October 7th. There's no fucking way we're giving them free travel, education, infrastructure, water, et cetera, and the lay of the land within our border. That's not going to happen.
I mean, my response to it would be, of course, that a lot of Americans simply don't understand how the world works, or frankly, where any of this is even taking place. The point, though, is that none of this is an argument against Israel being capable of expelling the Palestinians to neighboring countries to live in refugee camps. That would just suggest that, well, actually kind of suggests the opposite. You've just actually provided one of the reasons why they would be more inclined to do so. Haven't you? Because if they don't want them back, if they don't want them as denizens or citizens, well, what's left? Because you've got two choices then. You have, well, I guess you got three. You got a homeless population that is now more prone to radicalization than it was before, or you can kick them out, or you can kill them all. There's really all you've got.
Yeah.
Well, and my question would be, what do we see? So let's push forward into the future. I would argue that if we want to care about, and again, Israel as a state has a lot of loaded baggage, but let's just say whatever the state is that exists in Israel, the people who live there being able to live their lives, have McDonald's, have food, have healthcare, all those things. Do we want that to exist in 5 or 10 years? I like the idea, maybe not Israel. I have issues with an ethno state as a thing, but I like the idea of people having freedom. And I prefer it to, say, the current governments of, say, Afghanistan, as an example, just as a nearby thing. That setup that allows people to be there, do you think it's going to survive if they go in and they really push this? Because again, the KSA pulling away from a normalization pact here should be telling. It should be very, very telling. Iran willing to take military action on Israeli soil is new and scary. And Hezbollah pushing in as they are is kind of new and scary too. So when we start having these things and this pressure pot happening, my question would be, what is the long-term health of a country that is that militarily involved if the US isn't willing, and I don't believe we would ever put boots on the ground or commit actual military resources in the way that people probably expect. I don't think we would get there. But is Israel long for this world? And that's the part that scares me. Genuinely.
Oh, yeah. There's no way the United States would let a territorial incursion into Israel get go unanswered. There's
Does
no
it have to
and there's
go
no
that
military.
far?
There's
Like,
no.
again, but that's a presumption that it's like a normal military invasion. If it's just, say, a smaller group or ISIS or any of these ISIL or anyone else who happens to bomb the right building, kill the right leadership, you start having faction wars inside of Israel. That's completely reasonable to assume it's going to happen.
No, my okay. If I would,
I
if you're
mean,
asking me
how
for
not?
predictions, so
No, I'm
no.
asking, like, what do you think is the long-term reality of Israel as a state?
Yeah, I'll tell
that's
you
this
exactly. I think
hardcore?
you're massively underestimating Israeli stability. I think that like tribalism and tribal mindset along ethno-religious lines is one of like the most common things in the human species. So what I would expect is that there's going to be a fork in the road once the Rafah operation is over, which is going to be you either literally like militarily occupy half-assed and negotiate with some nominal government that is in charge of some level of rebuilding, but you don't really give a shit. So you just let all the Gazans sleep in rubble and literally stack bricks on top of bricks. And that's their punishment for daring to do 10-7. That's one option. The second option is you actually think that you're partially responsible for 10-7 by, as President Sunday indicated, incentivizing Hamas's existence, incentivizing violence, incentivizing people to hate you. And as a result, you say, I need to build back some public goodwill. So as a result, we're going to take the redevelopment and reconstruction of Gaza as a very serious personal issue. And we'll risk security forces and development and money in order to rebuild Gaza up to a decent standard. I think that's a possibility. Well, I hope they wouldn't fucking move Israelis in, because that would be the goddamn problem, wouldn't it?
Well, I mean, it's what they've done every other step of the way in every one of these other pushes.
I would consider that a version of option one, where you let the Gazans sleep in rubble while you move in settlers.
Right. And again, I think this is the reason I think maybe you're overestimating is I think proof of what happened on October 7th shows that the IDF is an incredibly useless overall military force. Because
that's not true.
Absolutely.
It's a mix. No, it's a mix. No. It's a mix. This is what you get when you have. So
you have a conscription army that is basically funded externally and non-voluntary. This is what you end up with.
You took 80% of my point. There's a reason
that they have
hang on. Let Connor respond, Brooks.
Yeah, you took 80% of my point. So Israeli special forces are probably amongst the premier elite fighting forces on the planet. They have the technological capability for an advanced air force. They do have an awesome missile interception. Hold on, let me finish. Missile interception force. They do have a lot of tech people. They also have like a semi-competent, I mean, to us, it's a Coast Guard, but they have a semi-competent technological Navy. So these things they have in the volunteer section, they have extreme military competence. But what I will concede to you, because you already said it, is that 80-90% of it is effectively a National Guard volunteer force. And we've seen that conscripts are dog shit soldiers. Yeah. Never in a million fucking years would you have, I think there was like 200 or 300 American, there were 200 or 300 IDF soldiers that were killed on October 7th. And they were killed because they were overrun, trapped in a bunker, and then ultimately killed by Hamas militants. There will not be,
they were literally asleep.
Yeah, there will not be an American outpost. The closest thing is Cop Keating, and even they killed a shitload of insurgents. There will not be an American
hardcore.
Exactly. Like there will not be an American base that falls that level. They will fire every single fucking bullet. They will kill every motherfucker that comes after them, and they'll call fucking airstrikes on the position. So and Sunday and conscripts have shown their incompetence.
They'll tell you, I'm not pro-military, but I'm not anti-military. My uncle, he finished off his military career as a 4-star general in the Army. So I come from a military family. I've had them around. I've dealt with good and bad. I support individual soldiers, I suppose would be the way I'd put it. But one of the things that I've always sort of been fascinated by, especially after getting to watch what happened in Afghanistan and Iraq sort of from afar, and also friends there. I had a friend hit by it, like different stories. I would ask you this. If you were going to anywhere in Afghanistan, did you serve, by the way, over there?
I went to Iraq. I didn't go to Afghanistan.
Iraq as well. If you went over there and you and a bunch of your crew sitting around, you go, we're supposed to go into that village, but let's just blow it up. Would that happen?
No.
Like, genuinely, that's, to me, it's, and everyone here was giving me shit. I'm like, our soldiers, as much as we know bad shit happened, there are fucked up people in every military, like their stories. The way American soldiers engage is very different than the way Israeli soldiers have engaged throughout everything in Gaza. And we have video of them posting to TikTok and other places, proudly doing what I just described. And we're kind of cool with it. And that's where I start going.
There's two tangents here. One, I would say no, not intentionally. I think one of the most accurate depictions of American armed forces during the War on Terror is an HBO series called Generation Kill. They do kill civilians. They accidentally shoot a few people. They accidentally kill a few people in cars. They accidentally kill a girl. Somebody else calls in an airstrike on a house that didn't have any insurgent activity in it because the insurgents basically fired mortars from that position and then scooted away. So somebody called in an airstrike like 30 minutes after the fact, and it wipes out a family, and they see that happen. So I would say that those things happen, but generally speaking, you're not going to have American volunteer military forces say, we can go in there and get into a gun battle, or we can just knowingly murder dozens of civilians. So as a result, because we don't want to risk our ass, we're going to knowingly murder dozens of civilians. That doesn't typically happen.
One of the things that just happens to be what's happening in Gaza, and again, I don't have proof that they have
that
these
actually gets to my
orders,
second tangent. So second tangent is, I think conscript military has a different mentality where, since they're civilians and they might be proud of their military service, but they want to survive to go back to their civilian life.
Right.
And also, since they're not volunteers, the government doesn't want to waste their lives, because if they do waste a bunch of conscripts' lives, they know that the conscript family members are going to pitch a fucking fit, the war's going to get unpopular, and they're going to have to pull out earlier than they want to. The advantage of an voluntary military force is, one, they're all volunteers, so the civilian population can say, hey, you signed up for the job, fuck you, you got to go. And then two, that also breeds a mentality within the volunteers of, I'm here, I signed up for the job, I'm going to do the job to the best of my ability, and if that involves getting injured or killed, it is what it is.
Also, you see a lot more with conscript services. Doing any kind of court martial is almost silly at that point because of the nature of sort of the beast. People want a military career generally when it's voluntary.
I miss
at least think about it. They want to hit,
one of the biggest myths.
Else. They want to make it a little bit further, get there. They're thinking long term. Conscript, it's not the case, at least in my experience. And a lot of countries who have conscript services, there's a lot of great stories, and I don't mean great in like good, I mean great and like almost comedic, of like the UAE forces that went into Yemen, who thought that these conscript with the best fucking equipment, the best paid for guns and everything, who really never did. They got fucking run aground by a handful of Yemenis who really were like these poor farmers with AKs, but they knew how to fight because that's what they've been doing for like 100 years. But then again, this is where I start. My issue is, and it's one of the most powerful moments for me military wise. My uncle had a big, he was a striker brigade in Iraq was his thing. The strikers, he was like super. I used to make jokes. You ever see the movie Stripes? It was like the minivan with like.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I'm familiar. I have a few I have a few friends who are cavalry.
I used to give him a bunch of shit about he was Bill Murray. Like it was a running joke. And I went and he had this big ceremony of a bunch of guys coming back in a sort of remembrance thing. And this one guy, there's a famous photo of him holding a dead baby, a dead Iraqi baby. It was one of the most horrifying photos that exists. And there's a lot of ways to interpret it. But the way that he talked about it, being able to like see that moment and hear how he spoke of this thing hitting him, this human baby. And I do not see at all, and I mean period, that from anyone in the IDF. And I don't mean one or two. There's assholes in American military who said awful racist shit back to their families, sure. But you still saw people who like, we're here, we're trying to help, the blah, 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 they'd say race, but it's a different mentality. Flatly racist, dehumanizing shit across the board from the soldiers in the IDF is another reason that gives me pause that this is not the side to back.
Well, people,
Have you seen
I land
where's
on
the idea of soldier who's sad?
Yeah, so well, I'm sure they exist, but I do agree with you that it's absolutely more tribalist, and you can see like vengeance as a motivation within some of these videos, right? Where I would side is that there were Americans that were absolutely motivated by violence and vengeance in the wake of 9/11, and I met them, and they're still interesting guys, and they were competent military folk. Now, that being said, they were relatively restrained by our culture of like professional military shit, where they knew that if they intentionally slaughtered civilians, blew up buildings, destroyed infrastructure that didn't need to be destroyed, et cetera, then it could be their ass. Like literally, they could end up in a prison cell for 5 to 10 years. And then same thing.
It happened. It really did happen.
Well,
too.
no, it happened. I have a friend who served with Robert Bales. Robert Bales was the guy who freaked out, and he basically walked off base and butchered like 15 people or 20 people, men, women, and children. And Robert Bales is now serving a life sentence in Leavenworth. So like that's the kind of thing is like, do Americans butcher civilians? Absolutely. Do we glorify it as a part of our culture? Do people think Robert Bales is a hero? Absolutely fucking not. And so I think that there absolutely is a tribalist mentality difference here.
In the late 90s, there was this guy who was a mass shooter, went into an area, killed a whole bunch of dudes at a mosque. And proudly so. He murdered a ton of people. He was super happy to. He hated Muslims. That guy's gravesite is where a lot of Netanyahu's cabinet holds meetings because it's a shrine. The guy who's in charge of security took his wife for their first date to the guy's gravesite because that's the kind of level psychopath that actually are in charge of Israel right now. And so it's one of the reasons I really push people to not, I really get pissy when people talk about, oh, it's Israel's doing it. It's like Israeli state. Yes, Israelis is a different beast. Like there's a lot of, I'm hesitant to totalize any people, especially when we talk about Hamas and Palestine, because one of the challenges with Hamas and its political structure is there have been other people who've tried to rise up even since Hamas's election. And Israel has not only killed them, but they've also worked with Hamas to imprison them, which is amazing. And they've worked with other groups to have them killed. So you have this really strange thing that Israel has really done their best to encourage a very particular type of leadership inside of Israel over time, as Sunday was talking about the PLO, followed by others, then Hamas. There's a lot of control Israel has over that, and then it's a little bit like the old cowboy movies.
Well, so then this is my question. So another one of my favorite quotes is Clausewitz, which is basically war is diplomacy by other means. And so when I started thinking about it that way, so oftentimes like a lot of military people will
It's policy by other means, not diplomacy. But continue.
Excuse me, but a lot of people in the military will get frustrated because we get trained in the game of warfare. So we're taught, you got certain guys here with guns, you got certain guys here with guns, maybe we got bombs, maybe we got rockets, maybe we got air support, maybe we don't. We move against each other, we kill each other as best we can, we try to minimize our own casualties, et cetera, et cetera. And so what gets frustrating is when you add in policy, like not killing civilians, like operations to do dental work for local people, like paying local militias to not fight you because you're trying to get them over to your side, et cetera, that totally like melts the military mind, unless you think like Clausewitz, where you realize that force, war is not a game to be won solely on war's own terms. It's also diplomacy. And so with that being said, what I see here is at least the right wing of Israel's government seems to be playing a game where, like you said, they set up the most nefarious characters possible within these external territories, knowing that they would never be amenable to Israel. And as a result, they will have the pretext through which to exert control. But then here's my thing. So we've been having this conversation for a few hours now. I think I've conceded every reasonable moral objection that President Sunday has had, or any that you would bring up. I think I would concede to.
I win. You heard it here.
However, your moral objections are going to be like a footnote in the process of what is going to happen.
It's going to be a footnote to my dismantling of your misunderstanding of Clausewitz, sir. War is the continuation of policy by other means, not the continuation of diplomacy. War is the way we assert our will over the enemy. Diplomacy is how you come together and will in common. It's a meeting between equals. That's diplomacy. What you're talking about is the
pedantic
opposite.
but correct.
Excuse my
Oh,
misspeak.
fuck off.
However,
Which is basically like Sunday's subtitle for his channel is pedantic but correct.
Tell me again how everyone sucks because they misread Deleuze, okay?
Hey, everyone's a fascist. That's the way it works.
I agree. In their hearts. So the question becomes like, so you have your moral objection. It's noted. Now what?
I've got a practical objection.
Sure.
No,
Go ahead, Sunday.
I've got a practical objection. I think as a consequence of the way this war has been conducted, two things have been done to Israel on a purely cynical level that are going to be really bad for it in the long run. First of all, it's destroyed its reputation among its allies. It's going to be very, very hard for it to draw on its allies in future militarily significant events, which are likely going to result from this. Not least of all because of the 2 million people they've just turned into potential terrorists. The second thing is Israel has broken so much faith internally. It is now significantly more fragile than it was before. Most of the assassinations of Israeli political officials that have taken place within Israel have been by Israeli radicals. And so you're in a situation right now where you have videos everywhere of the police beating protesters, beating Orthodox Jews. You have the government very infamously trying to restructure the Constitution so that it has no oversight by the courts. You are looking at a situation in which it is distinctly likely that the Constitution of Israel will be radically changed over the next little while in one way or another, and that's going to destabilize it massively. And there's no faith right now between large, massive chunks of the Israeli population, which is now surrounded by enemies that are now significantly less, let's say, settled than they were before, to use an unfortunate phrase.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. Well, okay, I'm gonna go.
No, respond to Sunday. He talks forever.
Sorry.
We all do. So anyways, we're here to yap. Whenever I get a yapping comment, I'm like, yeah, it's a fucking stream. Of course we yap. So anyways, all right, I can hear that. But at the same time, I think that when I look at like tribal psychology, when I look at human beings fundamentally, we tend to be tribal creatures. And so what happens is an internal enemy versus an external enemy. If there is another attack, let's say these unsettled neighbors do another massacre similar to October 7th, that is going to unify the internal politics of Israel at minimum for defense for existence. Absolutely will. Number two, I'll just point this out that way I'm not ranting forever. 48 to 67, Israel was like the redheaded stepchild of the global stage. They didn't have any allies. They got like attacked repeatedly and nobody was willing to sell them guns, aerospace technology. They limited their fuel access. They limited every single kind of technology you could possibly like imagine. And so for that entire time period, Israel was practically alone. So why would they see this as any different? They gained a powerful ally in the United States. They still have a powerful ally in the United States. The United States is probably going to back their play, only try to tempering them a little bit. So what has changed from their perspective?
Well, that's where I think it's worth looking at the last. You're probably about my age. I was born in '80.
I'm late 30s.
Yeah, so I'm a little older, I guess. Fuck. God damn it. Someday I won't be the oldest person on these fucking things.
It's okay. I'm biologically very aged. So
there we go. There we go. 3 years ago, like I want to say like 30 years ago, but the first time I went to a pro-Palestine protest, there were very few people there, and there was a lot of counter protesters who violently attacked us, spit on us. It was pretty awful. And that was in the 90s. You did not get to say that you were pro-Palestine in the 90s. Not a thing. There just wasn't a position for that. And that continued through the 2000s, through the 2010s, and through the 2020s. And it's this really interesting thing where the idea of supporting Palestine in any meaningful sense, or not wholeheartedly supporting Israel, I think would be the better way to put it, is anathema to Israel's survival. And in the time since October 7th, my assumption with October 7th was that it was like the thing that a lot of terrorists do. They do a horrifying thing, thinking that it's going to yield very good, and then it's this insane backlash they get that ends up, ultimately a Pyrrhic victory where like Bin Laden sort of won because our economy crashed. We pissed away a lot of money, but he didn't win. Like,
No.
like no one won. And so I was like, oh, fuck, this is just going to end poorly. Except Biden put limits on a thing very slightly. And it was enough for Ben-Gvir to come out and go, he is a traitor and Biden is Hamas. Biden, who is like, might as well be an Israeli, like as far as his policies in his entire life, he questioned. And that's a thing that's happened in the last 6 months. And so, yes, right now I'm a footnote, but in the last 6 to 9 months, we've had Pelosi and Chuck Schumer both say Netanyahu elections need to happen as soon as possible, if not immediately, to get him out because he's going to get Israel destroyed. We have a lot of voices that were completely supportive that, again, 9 months, 10 months ago, before October 7th, you couldn't question, now are. And there's a lot of them, and it's becoming larger and larger.
Part of this development, though, excuse me, something. Part of this development, though, is actually kind of a personal theory that I've had for a while, which is that if you looked at our relationship with our diplomatic relationship with Germany or Japan during World War II, and if you asked anybody during that time period if we would be good friends in a few decades, the answer would be absolutely the fuck not. Like, nobody would have been able to conceptualize that, like, Germany would have been an economic European powerhouse that we would look to as a leader in Europe, and nobody would really say, like, oh wow, Japan is going to be the second largest economy within a few decades, and we're actually going to fear them as a rival. So
just sort of not true, because we literally, the people in charge of their rebuilding on the US in the military side who actually had, and this is true of Korea as well, post the rebuilding of that, we actually said, and those people said, that we want to build them up to being economic powerhouses that may support us and support our global hegemony. So the goal was, and we did get them to that point. So
I think hesitant, part of that, like, so you don't have to sign person, sure. Yeah, sure. That's actually probably accurate. So but with the Middle East and North Africa, I think that war brings about a certain cultural interchange where what can seem like foreign, alien, to the point that you just need to massacre them all, you just need to kill them all, they can become familiar, neighborly, more sympathetic, et cetera, et cetera.
Not if you're firing rockets from the air, they don't.
I mean, Sudan would be a pretty big disagreement.
Oh my God, let me finish.
Sorry, continue. Nerds. Sorry, let him finish. Sorry.
So, no, it's okay because you have nerdy tangents and I appreciate that. However, I do want to finish the point. And the point being that I think because of the destabilization of Middle East and North Africa, because of immigration into Europe and the Americas, because Muslims have become more culturally normalized to the point that they're now appearing in pop culture, because, some people will have anecdotal stories about their cool Muslim neighbor versus like the jihadists that are dickheads that kill a few dozen people. We now have the basis for this cultural interchange that, if given enough time and love and economic development, could become the basis for like a healthy, happy relationship. Now, this comes at Israel's expense. However, the truth is that there probably needs to be a calibration between the Middle East and North African interests and Israeli interests. This is actually something that Nixon said openly a few times, was the fact that he had beef with some Israeli advocates in his cabinet because he basically thought that they were advocating solely for Israel's interests at the expense of all other Middle Eastern and North African powers.
I mean, they were.
Yeah. And he was like, that's bullshit. We still want good relationships with Egypt. We still want good... I don't think the Shah was overthrown at that time. So we still want good relationships with Iran and Saudi Arabia. So yeah, we'll help you. We'll support you. But you are not our only interest.
Yeah, we sort of then killed a whole bunch of leaders and couped some people and did a whole bunch of shit right around that time in the Middle East. Like, there's some of that. Like, I get the point. I get the point that we don't really know where things may go. But I do think that, generally speaking, we are seeing pressures come to a head. I think that's the thing we can definitely agree on, that we're seeing the force of what Israel's doing. And it's, how to put it? The state of Israel is trying to see maybe not how far they can go, but they seem to be so intensely set on what they're doing that they're willing to find out how far we're willing to build out from a cliff before they fall. They're willing to get to that point, and their supporters are as well. And for the first time, we're seeing actually the reverse true, that this pressure point that is building with these two giant masses against each other is going to continue to grow, because my money
who's
is
the alternative mass? That's my question, because if we're talking about Israel and the United States, I don't
single
see us
Israeli
breaking
state.
the faith.
Again, single Israeli state, which again we could work.
Oh, you're talking
across
about
the
within
board with.
Israeli politics.
Yeah, Israeli politics is the thing to solve. I think, generally speaking, Netanyahu and his hard right that he brought in because Likud party was losing its power, because, you know, he's a corrupt piece of shit who's going to end up going to jail. And he's basically waging a war to prevent that in order to consolidate his power as he destroys the judiciary, which he's doing in policy as we're talking. So like all this stuff's happening in Israel to consolidate power in this hard right wing. And people are pissed about it there. Like people are, but they're still supporting, because the narrative in Israel is the hordes are at the gates and we are the only people who will save you from them. Holocaust 2 is the sequel, and it's right around the corner, and we're the ones who are keeping the box office closed so no one can see it. And that mentality of generations being raised like that is getting people to support him. But he's doing all this. So what we end up with is sort of this really fucked up right-wing push. And again, he's destroying the judiciary. This is not a small thing. He's been doing it for 2 years.
So correct me if I'm hearing something wrong, but what you're saying though is that there is an opportunity for the left to use this dissatisfaction in order to get him out of power, in order to moderate the Israeli position, in order to come to better policy. Also, the United States has the ability to exert its influence in order to, basically get a better result, et cetera, et cetera.
However, from the left, my argument's actually that there's a liberal hegemony who can get its power in there. But yes.
Okay. So, however, what I would say to you is that if I was looking at historical parallels, a lot of people had predictions about George W. Bush not being able to get into a second term because of how wildly unpopular Iraq was. A lot of people had positions about like Iraq and the United States military collapsing in 2004 to 2006 because the violence was so fucking bad, and it was bad. But what happened was Bush won, the surge, the Sunni awakening, then our 2011 withdrawal under Obama. Now, of course, ISIS came out of that because it was a brittle fucking mess just waiting for somebody to kick the fucking beam and for it to fall in on itself. But at the same time, the United States was largely like removed from Iraq at that point. But my point is that like there wasn't this right-wing surge in domestic America, or left-wing surge, in domestic American politics that was able to beat the wartime incumbent. So my thing is that I think that you can see the momentum on the left wing to get where you want to go. I don't think it's going to be mobilized or have enough momentum to do what you want it to do.
By the same token, there is, if I may very quickly, there is a significant difference between Israel and the United States in this regard, in that the United States had the benefit of all of this taking place very, very far away from it. So the vast majority of people who weren't in the military or weren't, for example, whistleblowers or people on the left who were being completely silenced during all of this, they didn't experience a lot of this in the same way. They experienced this as a distant echo. It's not the same as when you have people outside your door crowding in the streets and being beaten by the police because you're protesting the government trying to undermine your entire constitution so we can stay in power indefinitely.
Yeah, I think existential fears about external threats are going to overwhelm the internal concerns about a leader consolidating
I agree
power.
with that. But I think there is a lot of more. My point is, because I think you're right. If we're talking about how the marbles are rolling, you're spot on. That's how the marbles are rolling, and they're big, heavy fucking marbles. And Brooks is not pushing a marble. Like I'm not able to get in the way. I am Weird Al in the parody of it being crushed. I'm aware, but again, the thing that's happening instead. See, he doesn't know Weird Al. See, that's the generational thing. Yeah. So the setup that's happening though, that we have seeing and we are seeing, is pressure being placed. All that matters in politics is influence and pressure. That's all. There's no such thing as like free choice by a politician. Pressure and influence. And the pressure that's happening from Saudi Arabia, who Israel needs as a local partner, it's not a question. They need that relationship because it will help them have the right relationships to keep other people from fucking with them. And it'll, it's a big brother in the area. It's a good big
but then they
brother
would.
to have.
My point would be they would probably moderate after Rafah. That would be the plan. Now, whether or not Netanyahu or the Likud party or whatever is a part of that calculation is a different story.
That, and then parts of the EU doing it as well. And then parts of Egypt who are moving military doing it, and the US doing it, who is, again, Biden putting any pressure means we're going to see over the course of the rest of this election a lot more noise and a lot more pressure placed. It's going to be actually a really big deal.
Well, if we were trying to, rather than like just waxing philosophical, if we were trying to reach a point that like I would feel like we're kind of orbiting around, it is like the Rafah operation, which for me, like it was almost like a foregone conclusion. Like when you're talking about like military operations, this was Hue City, this is Fallujah, this is all the things that I can think of as far as like military operations in urban terrain, they would call it. So Gaza is not a state. It is a state, but it's not the size of a state. It's a city. It's basically the geographic size of Detroit. So if you had Detroit to the south of your country, and that's where a brutal, terrorist attack came from, you're going to militarily clear every single geographic square foot. Now, it's like squeezing water in your hand, or like a water balloon in your hand. What's going to happen is the pressure is going to escape your hands. It's going to escape to either sides. And then when you relent your pressure, it's going to come back in. But the truth is that you're going to squeeze every single part of that balloon in order to get as much, I'm losing the metaphor, but in order to try to get as much military coverage as possible. Because what's going to happen with the domestic Israelis, if you say, oh yeah, well, there were like a lot of civilians in Rafah, so like we didn't want to risk casualties, so as a result we didn't conduct operations in there. If Hamas has any kind of military comeback whatsoever a month or two after that fact, then you're going to get crucified on a domestic level because you let Hamas get away by hiding amongst civilians. You didn't have the stones or the balls to finish it.
There is, but that's the reality. There's no defeating Hamas.
Okay, but try telling that to the Israeli domestic population. If you just let Rafah sit and then you would draw, then they're going to say that you didn't do everything that you could.
Well, if you believe, and again, I don't, this is a thing we definitely disagree on. If you believe Israeli special forces are the fucking bee's knees, why can't they go in and handle a handful of people and do what they need to do to get it done?
Basically, because when you're talking about a population concentration, that you were already talking about 2.2 million people in some of the densest terrain possible. When you're talking about 2 million people condensed even further into tents or whatever, you walk in to a certain area and you start executing people with like silenced weapons or some shit. You're going to be lucky if a mob doesn't beat you to fucking death by the time you make it 20 feet outside the tent.
So hang on. So just to be clear, so you mean the IDF made the conditions specifically under which it can't defeat Hamas and Rafah?
Using exclusively special forces. Yes.
Well, I mean, but again, besides that, how do you ever then kill people? Because again, what you're talking about then is you have to completely kill everybody. It's one of those sort of running jokes. The Obama administration changed the definition of enemy combatant to include any male of fighting age within the strike of a drone, which is a little bit hilarious. Because it's a little bit determinist.
There's a reason why there's a reason why military aged male became a term in the past decade. Yeah,
it's a pizza delivery guy. Bad day, he was part of it, and it's this setup that puts.
Or it doesn't matter.
So well, when you
hold on, let me ask you an interesting calculation.
When you ask Israel how many men over the age of 18 that they've killed that aren't Hamas, they don't have a number, because actually the numbers that they give are, well, the numbers they say of Hamas are literally, if you take the Hamas authority and you subtract all the men, that's what they say is every man. So it's just everyone that they've killed.
Well, sure,
they're
but
just fucking that good.
I want to point, I want to point something out to you though from a hypothetical standpoint, because this is like what the war on terror is based upon. Okay, so there are American and Western economic global hegemony is a thing. If you look at our unilateral and multilateral alliances, it's probably representative of 60 to 70 trillion dollars of the world economic power versus maybe like 90 to 100 trillion dollars of economic activity that exists on an annual basis. Okay. So we are 2/3 or 70% of economic activity worldwide. People do not like this structure. They don't like Americans all up in their business. They don't like them telling them what their government's to do. They don't like them dictating how trade is conducted. They don't like any of that shit. So there's always going to be a marginal group that wants to fight your influence out of their country. These people we alternatively call terrorists or freedom fighters. So when it comes to terrorists who are fighting against the American commercial hegemony, oftentimes they target civilians, and the way that they do that is through suicide attacks or just bombing attacks against civilians. If you leave them to their own ends on an annual basis, they will walk into a certain amount of places and they will either bomb and kill a few dozen people, or they will shoot a few dozen people. They're just going to do that. It's almost like a statistical probability that they're going to do that. So you have an option. You can start bombing those people and or shooting those people with special forces, but you yourself will kill a few dozen of people, of whom there will be, a few dozen civilians, right, for every terrorist killed. So your options are kill the terrorist and save a few dozen civilians who are minding their own fucking business, or kill the terrorist and kill a few dozen civilians who are surrounding the terrorist. Which option do you pick? Because you're going to have to deal with the terrorist eventually, one way or the other.
Yeah, sure. And the answer is, I can say with a little bit of personal, meat in the game on this one. Horrible things happen. Killing people to prevent potential horrible things makes you a piece of shit.
So what we should do is we should withdraw, let terrorists conduct their terrorist attacks, and then we should go after them after the fact.
Yes, we prosecute them like criminals, which is
well,
what
because
we did for a very long time.
Well, here's why. And this actually comes back to why Likud was invested in Hamas being the governor of the Palestinians in the first place, the government rather of the Palestinians in the first place. If you give Hamas the potential, or if you give the Palestinians the potential of becoming more wealthy and more powerful through diplomacy and through constructive collaboration, they'll do it. If you make it so that the only thing that they can do to get any kind of recognition or funding or to function are these nihilistic terrorist attacks, which makes them a proxy of people like Iran, they're going to do that instead. So if you pull back, if you give them more and more space and more incentive to like operate as a peaceable government that's able to collaborate with its neighbors in the region, they will do so because they aren't actually insane. What they are is incredibly corrupt and motivated by whoever's feeding their coffers, which right now is Iran, not Israel. So if you want Hamas, or if you want another party to be able to compete with Hamas, you need to make it so that they have a game that they can play and win at. Because otherwise, literally all you're doing is like Yzma from The Emperor's New Groove. It's like, tell us where the talking llama is, and we'll burn your house to the ground. Right? It's not very compelling.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the price of freedom.
I just watched The Emperor's New Groove, so that hit a little bit harder than it should have.
The price of bad things happening in freedom, they go together. It's the nature of the beast. If people are free to be liberated and emancipated and make choices, they will make choices. Some will be good, some will be bad. You deal with them as they go. It would be very much the same argument when you say things like the slave populations. Inevitably, slaves, when they were freed, would turn on people. They'd kill whites. They'd do crimes. So we need to prevent. We need to do the thing where the man who raises a dog by beating it every day and chains it up, and then one day someone walks by and it growls and goes fierce, and he goes, "See, that's why I chain and beat my dog." Yeah, they're the cause of the thing.
Sure. And then we get into different motivations. When we're talking about American war on terror, though, I'm okay with a certain amount of what Barack Obama would have called CT plus, counterterrorism plus, which is basically law enforcement action, as I think one of you mentioned, but it's in concert with special forces, and it's in concert with like recruiting and developing security forces from the countries that we're working with. So we're not just, bombing some Waziristan in Afghanistan. We're going to Pakistan and we're going to Afghanistan. Not that this worked, but, ideally it would have. And then we're training Afghan and Pakistan special forces to deal with ISIS or Al-Qaeda themselves. So
generally, I agree with
that
training part, but I would say Obama also, Obama's one I have a real big stickler with, because he killed and executed multiple American citizens without trial for guilt that they were never convicted of. And that
I'm with you.
is horrifying.
But
I'm going to leave you ladies to talk for a bit. I'm going to eat my dinner. If you don't mind, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Keep talking. I'm still here.
Okay.
Ladies.
I will. I am probably going to hang out for another 15 minutes, and then I will be out. But
he'll want to be here at the end, so I'll give him 15, I guess.
Okay. So So basically, I understand the only reason why I give any grace to Obama in that circumstance. So from a procedural standpoint, horrifying, like extrajudicially killing an American, outside of our own borders with no due process. Well, I mean, it was a guy and his son. So the guy, basically was Al-Qaeda. I think he was Al-Qaeda, but he could have been ISIS, but I think he's Al-Qaeda.
Let's say he was a gigantic piece of shit.
Well, not only a piece of shit, he was actually like the propaganda arm of, was it Al-Qaeda or was the Islamic State? I fucking forget. He worked for one of those people.
But either way, he was Al-Qaeda. I want to say he was Al-Qaeda, but it was an offshoot of it. There was some funny
hold
story
on.
there.
Well, ISIS started out of the ashes of Al-Qaeda in Iraq, but U.S. American killed by
There's a really
Obama.
Great book that goes through like the entirety of the founding.
Yeah, Anwar al-Awlaki and his son. So Anwar al-Awlaki, jihadist who was killed in 2011 in Yemen. He was working for Al-Qaeda. Okay, sorry. It was just that entire time period is blending together at this point because it's been a while ago. So the reason why he was killed was because he actually started out as a relatively peaceful, moderate imam who was saying like 9/11 has nothing to do with us. We're all about peace, justice, love. We're as American as cherry pie. We're all about this American life. But he started studying kutub. He started studying Osama. He started studying jihadist texts, and as a result, he was convinced by them. He goes out to Iraq and Yemen, and he starts effectively being their propaganda wing. And what he does, or one of the things he does, is he starts justifying through theology terrorist attacks. One of his famous arguments was the fact that when Muhammad, peace be upon him, shot a catapult into a city that he was sieging and he accidentally killed civilians, that was necessary in order to break the siege of the city. And so since there was a just cause, you could kill civilians towards a just cause as long as you were aiming towards a just cause. And then he analogized that to civilians.
And continuing Saikutub's sort of belief that there was I can't remember the exact term because I don't speak the language, but that they're mistaken people. They've had the illusion pulled over our eyes, Muslims who have been fooled by the West and therefore also are valid targets. Yeah, no, he's a piece of shit.
Well, and there's also an argument for God'll. There's a theology for.
What
sorry,
bomb
real
did
quick.
he set off? Yeah.
Well, he was. Hold on, we'll address that in a second. But he was part of the theological justification for being able to kill believers too, though, is that in Islam, this life is a mirage. It's not even real. This is the test that God puts in front of us in order to see how we're going to conduct ourselves, to see whether or not.
Pass it or not.
Yeah, are you going to pass it or not? And if you die and you're Muslim, and not just Muslim, because being nominally Muslim is not enough. You have to believe in God, the last day, that Muhammad is a messenger, and that you have to do
the martyr life, all of that stuff.
You have to do good works. Yeah, you have to do good works as well. And so with all of that being said, if you kill a believer, it actually doesn't matter because they're going to be in paradise. They're going to be in a plane of reality that's more real than reality. And if you kill a non-believer, then fuck him. He was a non-believer and he was committing sin and idolatry in the land of Muslims. So this whole justification, you ask, did he plant a bomb? Did he shoot? Did he kill? Did he do any of this kind of shit? And no, but he was in a foreign nation traveling in the company of people who were building the bombs, who were organizing the fighters, who were doing the financing, and he was actively recruiting and proselytizing to this terrorist organization. This is the last person I give a fuck about the United States killing.
Oh, so really, because to me, one of the sort of general, real important things is that American citizens have rights, regardless of their giant piece of shitness. But if it's okay for us to murder people, as long as they're a big enough,
it's not murder.
So, I mean,
so for instance, like
him, right? He's
well,
dead.
hold on. So for instance,
did he have a trial?
No, but I almost guarantee you that they created like some kind of warrant system in order to authorize the drone strike. There was some kind of due process.
They asked Obama, and Obama said, "I'll kill him."
Yeah.
So again, is there a trial?
Hang on. Wait. Slow down. Really? So you're cool with the State Department just deciding autonomously, this person's guilty, we decided we don't need a trial for an American citizen?
Literally what's not allowed the executive branch to do.
Well, I mean, if he's not in the United States and he's in the active action of advocating for terrorism, then yeah, fuck him.
Well, slow down.
If I go over and I'm in, name a fucking country. Let's say it's somewhere we hate. Let's say I'm in Yemen.
Let's say you're in Canada.
Let's say I'm in Yemen. Like we're actually having a bad day with Yemen as the U.S. And I say, you know what? Fuck America. They deserve anything they get. I should be killed. Or it's cool.
If you're traveling with and actively aiding and supporting a terrorist organization that's killing people, fuck
so
yeah.
hang on. Just to be clear. So Connor, so you would actively support the United States deciding to assassinate Hosram Infrared right now when he's in Russia?
I mean, that's
Infrared,
right?
Who's that?
Haas,
I did not say that.
Haas, Jackson Hinkle, come on.
Oh, Infrared Haas?
Yeah. He's right now in an enemy country that we have sanctions against, preaching about how we need to be overthrown. So he should.
Wait, is he a U.S. citizen?
I think so.
99% sure he is.
I mean, if he's not a U.S. citizen, I guess there's no problem.
Citizen, then definitely. All right, hold on. Let's qualify this. I need to stop memeing. Let's not.
Trump.
Let's qualify this. Okay. Hold on.
That matters underneath all of it, because we can keep going back and forth to like.
No. I want to specify, but continue your thought.
And the question for me is, at a base level, do we have the right to do anything we want in any country with any citizen and any person? Because we've decided, and so a handful of people that have been voted to decide, and a lot of people who weren't voted in, decide that a person dies or a group dies. And that's a fine existence that certainly will never blow back on us or cause further strife. Feels like...
No, it kind of already is, but...
blowback is the term the CIA invented for what happened in the Middle East and what we got for 9/11. And what, honestly, Israel got, the term is blowback, by the way. Like, across the board, blowback's a wonderful word. The CIA has used a lot for terms like this. When we do things to an impoverished, brutalized group, and then at some point they come back on us in tenfold, and then we act shocked, like clutch our pearls and go, how could you ever...
So that... We're getting back to Clausewitz, so I need to finish. I need to specify my my extrajudicial killing of American citizens outside of the border. So within the borders of the United States, obviously you should do arrest, right? Because they're within the United States. You have plenty of law enforcement. There's no logistical concerns there. You can arrest them, give them a trial, et cetera, et cetera. Outside of the United States, you have extradition countries, you have allies, all that kind of shit. You have state entities that you can work with, like Interpol in Europe, for instance. You can literally put out an arrest warrant through European law enforcement. They can arrest the person. They can extradite them back to the United States. You should work through that infrastructure. When we're talking about, let's say, Waziristan in Afghanistan, right? So it's isolated, remote. The local people are hostile. There's no government entity that's capable of getting this person. This person is accused of XYZ ABC, actively aiding and abetting a terrorist organization. I think that if it is possible at all to do a special forces raid in order to capture and detain that person and bring them back, that should be done. However, if you have an argument for why that's not possible, then I don't necessarily have a problem with a drone strike, as long as you can actually document the fact that they are aiding and abetting a terrorist organization.
Okay, but you see what you've done, though. You've made it permissible for the State Department to order your assassination as an American citizen, to completely erase your rights, to make you an outlaw, on the grounds
if
that
I travel to another country and I aid and abet a terrorist organization.
Yeah, no, I got that. But on the grounds that another country's institutions don't match this set of criteria you've provided, and if it's inconvenient.
Yep.
So okay, I would ask then, would someone who's related to the leadership of Gaza or Yemen be justified in killing you?
If there was a crime that I had committed against
you have
Hamas,
talked about why it's okay for Israel to do horrifying. You've talked about it, and you've talked about how Hamas is at fault, and why these things are necessary, and why death count is acceptable.
And you're paid politically, I believe, to do work for the Democratic Party, which is currently in power, which is funding this whole thing
right now with the people who are funding. Like, am I a target?
If we want to go, hold on. So
I'm platforming him, so technically I am too.
Yeah, I was about to say. Hold on. So
we're in a group. I'm like Al-Maki's son.
There's
who was totally worth killing.
My soul is prepared. Connor is yours.
Yes, excellent use of a quote. Okay, so allegedly they weren't targeting his son. They were targeting the guy who was with his son. But anyways, I digress. So hold on. So in order for this analogy to be correct, I would have to be under the jurisdiction of Hamas in the first place, not a foreign national. Then I would have to have committed some crime against them. Then they would have to have no way of extraditing me for some kind of legal procedure within their territory that they have the authority to do. What's that?
How can they not just claim all of these things?
Because what Gazan crime have I committed? Do you have a statute?
Well, no, Connor. The point is that if we're talking about information about a person that can only be acquired through military intelligence, then the proof of this person's guilt is literally just the State Department's word.
Well, unfortunately, Anwar al-Awlaki published all of his work and also did video work that's available and viewable by the public. So
all speech, right? Just making sure, just to say again, he didn't do anything. Just speech.
Yeah,
right?
he's we still arrest people for speech all the fucking time if they advocate for crime, particularly murder.
Like the famous rappers who have gone to jail multiple times for talking about killing cops. Agreed.
Some of them have. In California, there was they almost put a rapper in jail specifically for his rap album because he was advocating for crime, and they proved that he was participating in the organization's criminal enterprise.
Okay, so if a rapper who has made music about killing Americans goes to, I agree, not true Americans, but for the sake of argument, okay, if a rapper who has made music about killing Americans goes to Yemen or somewhere where you can't extradite them officially, or you don't have like the kinds of diplomacy with that or whatever, or it'd be difficult to send in special forces to collect them, you're okay with just out of hand not nuking them, but like drone striking them, just like that?
Of course there has to be like an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to others, right? Like, so for instance, let's say hold on. Well, yeah, he's working with fucking Al-Qaeda while they're active. Hold on, let me follow in your analogy, and I'll make your analogy work better. Okay. Let's say Assata Shakur. This is a perfect example. Tupac Shakur's mom. Okay. Assata Shakur was a pro-black activist in the 70s and 80s. She was involved in a gunfight with law enforcement. Law enforcement officers were killed in that gunfight. She escaped to Cuba, and she was an anti-government activist there for decades. Let's say that Assata Shakur was making routine videos and blog posts and newspaper articles advocating for more people stateside to kill cops. And not only that, she was with the Castro regime, and the Castro regime was giving her money and time and energy and influence in order to get weapons and arms back into the United States of America in order to kill more cops or government officials. I would have no problems. I'm almost done. I would have no problems problems with a special forces raid to apprehend and or kill her on Cuban soil. And if she was in a remote part of Cuba that was like some mountainous region controlled by tribal groups or some shit, and it wouldn't like directly kill the Castro regime, yeah, drone strike her ass. I wouldn't give a fuck.
I think any decision that erodes the rights of any American to due process endangers the entire citizen body at once.
I agree with
you
that.
are opening the door to every single
don't.
American being targeted. You just disagreed with me. You're
Yeah,
opening
you
the
literally
door.
just disagreed. You just said that there's no due process with that, so you obviously don't agree.
There is
with
a due process.
No,
They reviewed
No,
judicial-
but due process is not, there is a method by which a singular body without oversight makes a decision to kill somebody. Due process is there is an invocation of the public to scrutinize it and make a judgment.
Well,
right?
I mean, we
So a person who was
know
found
about
guilty
Anwar al-Awlaki. We do know about his son.
He did
there
not.
are
He did not.
other governmental
He did not have a
organs.
trial. He did not have a trial. As far as the American public is concerned, in any legal sense, no, we don't know anything. We never actually looked at it as a. I'm a Canadian. What the fuck am I talking about? You guys never actually looked at it as a people and made a judgment.
I mean,
had no
I did.
decision about that. What do you
I
mean?
did personally.
How about the Central Park Five? We all knew that. Why not just kill them?
Well, I think some of the Central Park Five should probably still be in prison. So,
Okay.
yeah, you're party to a gang rape of a woman who's knocked unconscious. Yeah, you should probably stay in prison.
And that was proven in court with evidence that wasn't fabricated.
Fabricated. Listen, do we want to sit here? We're on the Middle East and North Africa. Do we want to
No, because
do
again,
we want
we're
to pull up the
talking about-
Netflix documentary and go
No,
over
hang on, very quickly, Brooks. No. The point is when you say they did this and that, the reason why you have due process and the reason why you have a trial is because it's not enough for some guy to say, "I'm sure he did that. I'm sure this stuff was going down. Look at what he wrote. It's obvious. He's kind of squinty. He's obviously doing something shifty." That's not enough. People lie about that all the time. Like, for example, what if hypothetically, let's say we weren't even talking about killing them. Let's say we were talking about just persecuting them because they were maybe softly aligned with an enemy power. Like maybe we called them pinkos or something, and maybe we.
Why don't we call them January Sixers?
What? We're not assassinating January Sixers.
No,
You're
they're all
right.
getting trialed.
They're all getting trials. They're going into court. Their rights are being
Okay,
respected.
sorry. Continue with your analogy. I was going to take the analogy
No,
in
I
a different
wanna know
direction,
how
but
that
you
works,
continue.
please.
I am indeed also curious. Please
I'm super
elaborate.
curious.
So yeah, all right. So let's say that Donald Trump tried a coup d'état on January 6th and he failed. And let's say rather than standing trial and staying here for his criminal enterprise or for his criminal attempts to usurp the election, he escaped to the Isle of Elba, recouping his strength and trying to do diplomatic back channels. And let's say he was encouraging his supporters domestically in order to riot and commit terrorist attacks. Would you have a problem with the special forces raid in order to go get Donald Trump? Would you have a problem with him potentially?
In order to bring him,
would you have a
Capture him or
drone
kill
strike?
him?
Well, I don't give a shit.
No. If you're trying to capture him and he fights back, and in the course of that he dies, so be it. But you do not authorize him to be assassinated by the military.
Nope. It's even more important, actually, that he go on trial, so that way that process can be seen and everyone can know what happened.
Yeah, it's going to boil down to this. You guys are going to keep asking me to bite bullets about killing people, and I'm going to keep saying yes. And it's going to be.
I feel like this is surreal. So like we've got two very radical leftists here defending Trump from arbitrary assassination against a conservative.
Well, it's not arbitrary, is it?
But definitionally is. Who's choosing?
The executive branch of the United States in concert with all the other organs of the federal government?
Well, no, because the organs of the federal government includes the courts, Connor.
The judicial branch explicitly, and the laws about the separation of powers and how it's written into the Constitution, refuses the executive branch from anything like this.
By the way, this is the problem with Israel, because Likud is trying to make the judicial branch not have oversight over the executive.
Correct.
Okay.
So it's becoming a tyranny
of the judicial branch.
It's becoming a tyranny. It ceases to be a republic at that point.
It's what Trump is trying to do with the recent Supreme Court case, where he actually literally had his lawyers argue that if he decided to kill someone for fun, that's fine.
Yeah, they would have to. Well, hold on, because this is actually an interesting thing. They flip it where basically he's saying, I would not have to justify the murder of this person beforehand to anyone. I could do it, and then it's up to the courts to prove after the fact that I committed some kind of wrong, and until then, I will have all of my presidential authority. That was his lawyer's argument.
No, it's very explicitly, Elena Kagan asked, so the president can have someone killed for any reason was the word she used, and that he cannot be prosecuted for that. And he said, yes, that is what we are saying. This is the exact word.
Yeah. Hold on. Until he's impeached, until he's tried. The impeachment is still a process that the Trump's lawyers weren't denying. So it's not a 1-to-1. It's just an interesting thing, the due process flip in that situation. But let me articulate it. The thing is, in this situation, assassination or killing is not the first step. It's like the 50th. Like, you gather intel, you confirm that they're active, you make sure that there's an imminent threat to death or great bodily harm. Then you see whether or not you can do the Special Forces mission. Then if you can't do the Special Forces mission, then you would resort to a drone strike. If you miss any one of those steps...
I have to ask. He was speaking. Where is the imminent threat? So again...
Because he's hanging out with jihadist terrorists who are actively killing people.
Those words matter. No, the words matter. You as a soldier go into a mosque, and there is a man standing up there saying these awful things.
Yeah.
You're okay to engage and kill him on the spot.
If there are a bunch of jihadist terrorists around him, and he's saying shoot the... Who gives a shit? Then I'll take him to Guantanamo.
You will? How would you do that? That's not how that works.
I would fucking detain the... What are you talking about? You think that we haven't kidnapped specifically ideological recruiters for terrorist organizations?
No, of course. You don't take anyone to
Guantanamo. Your mic is sideways.
My point is...
I don't know what you're saying.
You walk in, can you kill him? That's it. I'm not asking detain him. We're not shooting.
No.
So why is it
cool? But hang on. Wait. How do you determine he's unarmed with a drone when you're firing with a drone strike? Do you mean if he's like ever been armed in his life? Or
he generally was always unarmed, by the way. Like he wasn't that guy.
Okay, hold on. But you guys are kind of missing the thing that I feel like is illogical. Okay, so he's actively hanging out, financing, and recruiting for a terrorist organization that is killing people.
Okay, but to be clear, when we're talking about financing and recruiting, what you have to go off of are associations and writings, and you are inferring positive action for this organization. To whom are you responsible to prove that your judgment about this person is correct?
Okay. So if you're talking about designing the federal government to be able to carry out these strikes in a way that actually has checks and balances, I'm okay with that. We'll figure it out. We'll get a judiciary.
What's amazing though, Connor, is they've done that already. You've got a court system that can judge these people.
We have the system in place. We just don't use it.
Hold on, but you also understand that like drone strikes specifically are reviewed by courts and by lawyers and all that kind of shit for legality.
They're reviewed by people on the side of those doing it. They're not... A defense attorney doesn't argue with the judge of why the guy shouldn't be killed.
Oh god! Now I have to do a bunch of fucking research on drone strike law.
The White House's lawyers argue why it's legal for Obama to do these things.
Hold on. But you also understand that there's organs of the DoD. Hold up. We have to be specific. Okay. So within the Air Force, which is one of the groups that's conducting airstrikes, the other one being the CIA, which is probably shadier and with less oversight. The Air Force has a collateral damage calculation of who they can take out. And so if there is a target that is deemed through an intel packet to have a certain threat level or whatever, they calculate that against the amount of civilians that are in the area, and then they decide whether or not to do a strike. Also, part of that calculation is whether or not ground forces are available in order to do that. If ground forces are available, then they're prohibited from doing the strike. If there's too many civilians, they are prohibited from doing the strike. This is all within the realm of the executive branch with, to my knowledge, no court like necessarily holding these people accountable to these decisions, but because they're good faith actors, they're still following those procedures as much as possible.
I agree with everything you said.
Okay, so if you want some kind of concession, like each strike should have all of its documentation reviewed by a court that is capable of holding these people criminally liable.
Respectfully, Connor. Yeah, Connor, you're missing the point entirely. The point is this. The line between you living under a tyranny in which you can be arbitrarily targeted for destruction by some autonomous body that has decided with zero oversight that you are an enemy to be destroyed, and you being in a republic with rights is precisely that those rights are inviolable. If you make it the case that on the basis of an organization that is just really vibing, that we're good faith, we've got lawyers who are looking at this, they think if this were to be put before a judge, this would be a good decision or whatever, but with no defense for the person or whatever. If you cross that line to that now being the condition of an American citizen being killed, then you actually don't have rights anymore. You have rights at the pleasure of that body, which now technically has zero oversight, which means now they, at will, can take all of your rights and just dispense with them entirely. And because the nature of rights is that they're kind of categorical, they apply to every single citizen, there's no difference between you and the guy that was drone striked, that endangers everybody. It is worth actually endangering however many soldiers you have to, if you are dedicated to doing so, to extract this person bodily and making him stand trial, than to do so, because you are actually endangering your entire republic then. Like that's an existential threat that you've generated yourself.
And it goes back to try to bring it back all the way, because I think we've strayed hilariously down multiple rabbit holes, which is always fun. I like.
Well, it's related to the war on terror, so I'm good with it.
Yeah, getting it back to what's happening with Israel and Gaza, and ultimately why we're in the position we're in, is Israel is an apartheid state within what they call Israel, but also obviously within the West Bank and Gaza. And so when we talk about the ability for Israel to kill whoever they want, thousands and upon thousands, tens of thousands of people, and then claim justification how they choose, and then don't claim justification otherwise, and there being no issue there, we run into exactly what we've got, which is a lot of innocent people, probably some bad assholes. There's probably a Anwar al-Awlaki, like some dickhead. Sure, that like I probably am fine with a handful of these guys not being on Earth, but 35,000 of them, and Israel freely doing this and then breaking down their own government as Netanyahu has done to ensure that he has no further oversight, puts us in a position where that ends in only one way. And it ends over time, and they may have all the strength to survive for very long, but it ends poorly for everybody.
Okay.
Put another way. It's not that we want this guy alive. It's that he takes other things besides himself with him into hell. Like you've made it now the case that this is now a thing that can be done. That was an unbreachable line before, for a reason.
Yeah. Unfortunately, so I'm understanding everything that you guys are saying procedurally. Yeah. I understand everything that you're saying principally.
But I just think directionally.
Sorry. I would have to think about that. So I just think we live in this world already. We live in this world right now.
Agreed.
For now?
For now.
I do not see any of this bouncing back. And sorry, let me just not rebut, but let me expand something, that way your audiences don't think I'm totally fucking retarded. Excuse my ableist slur. Totally stupid. So what is to bar the federal government from arbitrarily assassinating somebody within the United States, because we've set this precedent where if you're a dangerous enough person or a difficult enough person to apprehend, then we can kill you, and we have minimal oversight in reference to this. We can just claim you're a terrorist, we can kick down your door, and we can execute you, or we can hit you with the sweet little Hellfire drone missile. Somebody called it a Ginsu Hellfire. I think that's a perfect name. Basically, they took the Hellfire missile, they removed the explosive payload, and they replaced it with blades. So it's basically a sword missile. So what's to stop the federal government from hitting me with a sword missile? Well, right now, what I would hope is that I'm a citizen. within the Republic. I'm not advocating for mass violence. I'm not advocating for murder. There are courts and local law enforcement. I am hoping. I mean, we're all hoping at the end of the day.
But that's what you got to defend yourself now is hope.
Yeah.
You're keeping your fingers crossed that they won't dislike you too much.
You too. If anything, I could go on a right-wing tirade about the abuses of civil liberties in Canada based off of like resistance to the COVID restrictions and how the truckers were so poorly treated in authoritarian ways that would make Donald Trump blush. I could do that, but I don't want to.
Well, hang on.
Speaking of Trump real quick, because what happens is we get into just as a very particular use case of the problem we're talking about is there was a Portland protester who we believe probably killed a guy in the middle of
admitted to it on tape, and the marshals went out there and he allegedly had a gun and the marshals killed him.
Yeah, but Trump
and Donald Trump begged about it being a death squad.
Yeah, and there was no inquiry, by the way. And like in general, there just wasn't. People have sued over it and it just was refused. It puts us in a very precarious position. Do I think there was a death squad? Probably not, but now we are in a position where are we? Like
sure. And listen, I'm all for your guys' alarmism. And you know what? We're probably going to need people like you with your perspectives in order to maintain a republic. I just think that with these specific examples, I can't rouse any emotion.
Well, what if somebody disagrees though, and disagrees really hard, and that person happens to work in the State Department, and I happen to be on vacation one day? You see how it gets
Are you vacationing in Yemen? Are you hanging out with Canadian extremists who want to take over the United States of America? Because if you are, and you're sitting in a cafe chewing on cot, and you're talking about how you're gonna
who's a Canadian? Hang on,
allowed to go.
Who's an extremist who wants to take over Canada?
Me.
Like what if for example, just hypothetically, what if I as an example hung around a bunch of French guys, okay? And maybe a bunch of those French guys were in the Quebec government, maybe a bunch of those people in the Quebec government were in the Bloc de Québécois, maybe they had a few friends in the FLQ.
Yeah.
Okay. How close do I have to be to a mailbox where the Canadian government's allowed to shoot me?
I would say that if you're hanging out, I'm assuming this is like a domestic terror organization or like a militant organization.
Yeah, it is.
Quebec
separatism. There were a couple bombings. Yeah.
Okay. Did those bombings kill
anyone? Deal. Vive le Québec libre. Sorry, as you were.
Did they kill anyone?
I think they did.
They did. They killed they killed a member of government actually.
So
if captured him and tortured him. Yeah.
So if you become and what's the name of the organization?
FLQ.
FLQ. So let's say that
Can't help but giggle whenever I've heard that for some reason.
You hang out, a bunch of French partisans. It's interesting.
FLQ.
All right. So let's say that you join FLQ.
It sounds better. The acronym sucks. It's the Front de Libération. Sorry, continue.
Okay. So let's say the Front Liberation de Quebec. You join them, you become their propagandist, you are wildly popular. You're posting your manifestos online. Thousands of people love the fact that you are advocating for French, I don't know, identitarianism in the Canadian province of whatever the fuck. And also the FLQ is actively killing people. Let's say that you and your friends take off into the wilds of Canada. You are very difficult to track down, very difficult to trace. Let's say that there's a FLQ sympathetic city at the Northern fucking Lights. I don't know what the fuck is up there anyways. So you're up there, you're doing your thing, and on top of that, you're actively posting videos and shit. If the Canadian government had all of this intel, it was known, et cetera, now maybe they should go to a court first. And the court should say, yes, there's sufficient evidence to believe that President Sunday is an active member of FLQ and that there's imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. And on top of that, a special forces raid is not appropriate because it's going to have too much collateral damage. If they decide to drone strike you with a fucking sword missile, yeah, I'm not going to give a fuck.
Okay, but see, the problem is that now as a consequence of that, literally, because this is exactly the judgment that the Israeli government is doing. Yeah. The only difference between a Gazan and an Israeli is that an Israeli's rights are respected by the government. Sure. As soon as you cross that boundary and it's like, oh, okay, we're now making a utilitarian calculus as to whether we decide to respect your rights.
Their rights are not respected by the government. They killed multiple on October 7th knowingly, and they've had that policy in the past of not allowing hostages to be taken and instead killing them on the way out.
Sure.
Like they've never cared. The Israeli government has never given a fuck about
No,
Israelis.
No. You're
but
making
pretending that
a
they did.
miscalculation here. You're making a miscalculation here.
All right.
The miscalculation for the what is it, like the Solomon Protocol or some shit? I forget what they call it, where they're willing to kill their own people because they don't want them to be captured. So the whole point about that is that you're denying leverage to the enemy. You are also giving your people a quick death rather than being tortured and raped to death. That is the calculation.
You're doing something a little different, though. You're actually denying your people their peoplehood, because that's what civil rights are. They are your legal existence.
Are we talking about kidnapped Israeli hostages that are being shot by IDF forces?
We are also talking about them. Yes,
Sure.
because it's the exact same calculus. The only difference is that you switched it a little bit. So instead of they're too difficult to extract as criminals, they're too difficult to extract as victims. That's the only distinction. But you have still completely depersoned them. They are no longer a part of the Israeli people. They are now enemy material that you must deny to them.
Yeah.
So you've just but they're not, though. They're Israeli citizens with rights. Otherwise, what is the only democracy in the Middle East? Like, what is this? No, this is like this is what you would expect of an Assad, right?
No, we've always had. No, always have exigent circumstance. No, we've always had exigent circumstance exceptions to due process and civil rights. Always.
Then why was this an event? Why was this crossing a line? Why was this new? Why was assassinating an American citizen abroad new?
Anwar al-Awlaki?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm
because there was very little process.
Circumstances. How is that exigent circumstances?
How is terrorists crossing into your border, slaughtering people, and taking hostages not exigent circumstances?
Well, because we're talking about the justification. We're talking about the justification for killing the hostages. We're not talking about the justification for killing Hamas.
Yeah.
Hamas. Here's the difference. Hamas don't have rights in Israel. Hamas aren't persons. You can kill Hamas with impunity as an Israeli citizen without any kind of without being actively in the military. You can shoot a Hamas agent. No one's going to do anything to you. But if you're an Israeli citizen, the IDF can't decide. They look like they're taking you away. Sorry, right?
I mean, isn't that literally the policy of the government? You're saying they can't. They did.
Well, yeah.
And isn't that their stated policy?
Well, that's the fun part. Is they claim it's not. Because
there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that because policy, which is the decision of a government, it's an attitude of the government, actually shouldn't legally be able to contravene the constitutional rights of the citizens.
Have you read Israel's constitution? Do they not have exceptions?
They don't have an exception for this. No.
Hold on. I don't know that you can say that confidently because I don't think that you've necessarily read Israel's, constitution. But at the same time, if there's I'm
going to say they don't. I think it's a safe bet.
I'm going to say that it's not a safe bet because as a country that is like founded essentially during wartime, also with a pretty decent history of collectivism, I would say that individual rights are probably an important part of Israeli society, but it's probably not an American or European conception of individual rights.
So you believe that they actually have in their constitution the ability to...
hang on, slow down. I got a question for you. For you, Connor. What's the Israeli constitution called? Can you answer me that?
No, I can't.
They don't have one.
Well, there you go. You can't violate the constitution. It doesn't exist.
But you can though, because
do they have an Israeli Bill of Rights?
Well, the funny thing is, actually, historically, a lot of nations didn't have written constitutions because a constitution doesn't actually refer to a specific document with a set of rules and exceptions. What a constitution refers to is a body of common law that develops over time. And if it includes, for example, rights...
The Samson Protocol?
It's not as stated...
That's not a part of the Constitution.
Hannibal Directive, by the way.
So hold on. So somebody said Samson Protocol in the chat, but I think Samson is
Samson option.
If Israel gets destroyed, they'll nuke the planet. Strike. Yeah, exactly.
It's mutually assured destruction.
There's another one where they basically say, like, we won't let civilians get taken as hostages.
Yeah, but that's
named after the...
Which, by the way, like, we're kind of debating, like, a rumor. You guys are saying it definitely happened on October 7th. I'm not saying that it did, but... Okay, well, then there you go.
But moreover, it's happened elsewhere, and this is a military ordinance. This is not a constitutional thing. This is not a thing that's been established in law.
Okay.
Can you imagine that? Like, here's a question for you. If they can already do this, if they can just decide arbitrarily, hey, we've decided that it's now legal to just rob random Israeli citizens of rights if we decide that they might be possibly being taken hostage and it might be difficult to get them back. Can you imagine that playing out through the courts? Can you imagine Likud needing to downgrade the court's role in politics if they could already? Like it seems a bit redundant at that stage, doesn't it? Because now the rights of Israeli citizens.
What's the hypothetical? I'm missing the hypothetical.
He's just talking about the realities that if they have this supposed right, then why would they need to disempower the judiciary in order to maintain their power and do these awful things? And the reason is because they don't have these rights and they have to disempower the judiciary, who began pushing their way in post this invasion in order to gain some more control and leverage, because that's how politics works. And so they disempower the judiciary because, again, Netanyahu doesn't want
Is this not the flow of common law that you were talking about, where there isn't an articulated constitution? It's a series of like cultural norms and laws that are revolving through time and circumstance?
Well, no, because it's not, common law is not just a series of norms. It's not a vibe. Common law is a collection of rulings that have been elaborated upon over time. It is not like a
so what's the ruling on the Hannibal Directive?
What's the ruling on the Hannibal Directive?
Yeah.
If it was never put up to the courts, then there isn't a ruling.
Never
okay.
was.
Well, then I think you should talk to some civilians in Israel, and you should say, "Hey, listen, your family member got murdered on the way out by IDF."
Yeah. Well, something interesting kind of happens when you try to do that in Israel. The cops beat you up in the street.
Yeah,
they do. Even the most hardcore Hasidic Jews, they just fucking slam into the ground. They don't give a shit.
Like on camera, they'll see cameras around. They'll just beat them. I can send you videos. If you like. It's
no, I don't need it. So hold on. So this is the thing. Like I kind of take the world as it is, and I'm not a libertarian. Yes, I'm not a libertarian, and in some ways, I'm like a capital L liberal. But I'm more of a communitarian, meaning that I believe that there are individuals and there's a collective, and that like society functions when there's a negotiation of like rights and privileges between the individual and the collective. I think that's how like almost all of societies have functioned for all of time, regardless of their stated ideology. So when you're saying like Israelis have this crazy fucking policy in which they shot their own citizens while they were being kidnapped by terrorists, it's like, no, that makes sense to me. They evolved in like a desperate, dangerous, fucked up place where there's a small chance that you're going to get kidnapped and raped and murdered and mutilated. And so as a result, they said, we would rather deny our enemies leverage during negotiations and also spare our citizens grisly deaths. And this is going to be our stated policy. Now, if you want to take that up with the Israelis and say, hey, that's a fucked up policy,
well, no,
go ahead. But that's no skin off of my ass.
Well, hang on. No. The logic is not to save them from grisly deaths, okay? These are not mercy killings. The logic is to prevent them from being used as hostages.
How do you know?
Because we know why the people who originally started the Hannibal Directive said so. It has nothing like.
So you're telling me, no. You guys just asserted something wild. You guys just asserted something wild. President Sunday said definitively, it has nothing to do with mercy killing. And then you just said that the people who created the Hannibal Directive explicitly said that it's not mercy killing. Please find me that. All
right, we can do that.
Okay.
Give me a minute. In fact, I wonder.
It would be wild to me. And if Israeli general, so by the way, this is me.
It wouldn't be a general. It would be a leak. No. Here's the problem, Connor. You don't understand. This is one of those things that's secret military doctrine. We only know about it because of leaks. This is not the kind of thing, again, that has any existence in law at all.
What source would you trust? Because again, I don't want to get in the position of sending something.
I don't care. Give me a rumor one. I'll take a rumor one just to even see it. And Christian Valeris, by the way, fuck, how long is this combo? We're live. We're having an interesting conversation. We're yapping. Although I did plan on being off about 20 minutes ago, so we are going to wrap it up.
As long as
hold on.
The invasion of Rafah will take.
We're going to be here. We're going to be here live covering through Rafah. All right, hold up.
I mean, we kind of are.
So let me give you my, before you give me documentation, let me tell you my inference. Okay? I'm not saying I'm correct. I'm telling you my inference. So in the past, Israelis have been taken hostage and they've also been brutally murdered. There are stories of like children, and this has also happened to Arab children, by the way, but there are stories of like 10 and 12-year-old Jewish boys being kidnapped, mutilated, sliced up, beaten with hammers, etc., to death. That is a horrible way to go, to be powerless in the clutches of your enemy and to not be instantly killed, but to be ripped apart a piece at a time. So,
look,
hold on. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
Starship Troopers. I know how it's
no,
done.
okay.
I get it.
So my presumption is that not only do you want to deny the enemy leverage, but also you want to grant a quick death to somebody who might suffer in the worst ways imaginable. That is my presumption and my inference. I'm happy to be proved wrong.
How's it going, Brooks?
Slow. So trying to get
everything's in Hebrew.
I specifically want to, it's a nightmare. I'm trying to get specifically to Yossi Peled, who's the guy I'm aware of who first stated it in a war in like the 80s. And his use was particular, and I'm trying to get his words specifically. I'm unaware of anyone else. I don't think it was from before that. Anyone can correct me as a thing, but
oh, by the by, while we're on
between
this,
paywalls and foreign languages, I don't speak.
Yeah, but while you're looking it up, I am curious. So just running with the idea that it is for mercy killing. Okay, just letting Brooks figure this out. If we can't find it, then we'll have to say it's up in the air because neither of us know. But by the way, if you have evidence, if you have a statement that it's a mercy killing, Connor, I'm interested in that as well. But leaving that aside,
I don't. I'm making an inference.
Okay, let's assume that's true. All right. What's your opinion on euthanasia?
I think in the correct circumstances, it's absolutely the right thing to do.
What if you consider, for example, someone with Down syndrome who's already out of the womb is going to live a life of suffering, is going to be a burden on the state?
Hold on. That depends. That depends on literally if what you're saying is accurate, because there's plenty of fucking Down syndrome people who are not. What about
someone with a chronic pain condition who's going to require a lot of medicine?
Sure.
Right. They're gonna spend every day of their life in intense discomfort.
Are they conscious? Do they want to die?
No, presumably not.
Okay, sure. Yeah. If there is a life that is exclusively suffering, then yes, that life should be ended.
So if someone is taken hostage and they are being brutalized, but they don't want to die, it is still the Israeli government's prerogative, in your judgment, morally, to just kill them anyways.
No, not necessarily. This isn't my policy. Like, so for instance, when you're talking about like individual choice, if there was a possibility of survival, like torture, I would want to be tortured, right? If there's a potential of rape, though, I think I would want to be killed. Now, the problem with getting abducted is that you don't know what's going to happen, right? But being somebody who is prior service, the whole thing that I basically, what I was told was use all your ammo and save the last bullet for yourself. And by
the way, just very quickly, I need to say this for my chat. So just very quickly, I'm not saying people with Down syndrome are living in like misery or whatever.
Sure, you were trying to use it as a hypothetical.
Party. Well, from an outside party's perspective, to be clear. Continue, please, because there are people who advise this. By the way,
I think there's a lot of there's a lot of happy Down syndrome people, so I wouldn't use that. If there was let's say there was somebody with like a development disorder where they literally had neurological issues and they couldn't move and they couldn't think and they were in constant pain and all that kind of stuff, then yeah, euthanasia is the correct way to go. Yep. So anyways, just answering your question about like torture and murder and all that kind of stuff. Frankly, I don't know how you live in the state of Israel and don't have a means of defense. That is fucking insane. The fact that they had like civilians living a block away from fucking Gaza and they didn't have personal firearms, that's fucking crazy.
Also, to be very fair, the idea of having anyone a block from Gaza should be a red flag as a thing. I don't know, like it. Don't do that. Like, just don't. That's bad. That's a stupid thing to do. It's this thing where we talk about like the whole right of return march that was happening, and everyone's like, "Oh, there's this no-go zone for like 300 meters," and it's like, but they built fucking houses right on the other side of the wall, as if that's not the most vulnerable thing that's ever existed. And again, why not 24-hour guards? Like,
well, it's probably,
for fuck's sake. They were
It's probably
sleeping.
they probably did have some dickhead security guard who thought nothing was ever going to happen, and also they were probably just relying on statistics that it was never going to happen, and also the houses were probably super fucking cheap. So yeah, you know, people live in fucked up and weird situations for all sorts of fucking reasons. So okay. Well,
I found a primary source. I'm just slowly getting there. Specifically, what's important is the context around it. So what happened very particularly is there was the Jabril Agreement, and this pissed off a lot of people in the military. Because the Jabril Agreement was Israel trading 1,150 security prisoners in exchange for 3 soldiers. And this was deeply lopsided and super unpopular. But again, they decided that they wanted to have the soldiers live because
it's their people.
Right. So in response, the 3 Israeli officers of the area never wanted that type of deal to happen again. Explicitly is the specific thing. Now, there are knock-on effects, I'm sure. These guys never stated any of those in their papers. I'm trying to find the literal primary source. It's a big PDF, so it's going to take me a second. But it's the A.L. Weitzman, who's a fantastic sort of forensic anthropologist and historian who goes through a lot of these things. He goes through and sort of tells the story of how these things happened, how we sort of ended up with this weird thing of Gaza, how Israel changed the definitions of things to allow certain things. And again, there's reasons that you may justify in your head, but again, making the call to kill your own men in friendly fire feels like a very strange, justifiable thing that is only done in things. I made my joke, it didn't land, but Starship Troopers is not a heroic film. It's a film about the power of fascism and war. And the way that you have to, it's better dead. And it's like, really? Like, this is the space we're in where it's like, it's better to make sure people are dead than possibly alive. And it's, once you're at that point.
Yeah, this is hitting, you know, I'm not.
We've been going for a long time, dude. We can reconvene later. Like we can talk about more stuff like this.
We can do it again.
We can wrap it up, but I want to make this point before we go. Sue, I have lived a privileged but voluntarily fucked up life. I didn't need to do any of the shit that I needed to do. I did 4 years in the military. I did 4 years in law enforcement. I also worked through college. I've had all sorts of experiences. I have had enough experiences and I have met enough people who were in terrible situations that I know that there are things that are worse than death. And so physiologically, psychologically, whatever the fuck you want to do. So for me, when you're saying like, it's shocking to my moral conscience that, you know,
you don't want to play this game with me.
Well, okay. Well, I'm not. So maybe it's not shocking to me. Maybe it's not shocking with me. Okay, so let's not play the game then. Let's make the point. So it's not shocking to your moral conscience, but you're saying that it would be better if we valued life over the potential torture that people would suffer. I don't agree with you.
Not necessarily. Genuinely, not necessarily. The idea of it being a policy, that's the part that disgusts me. If you and I, and we've talked, and I know you, and you're being dragged off by some fucking psychos, and I shoot you because we've talked, and I get tried for that, I'll take my fucking punishment. This is heat of the moment. You talked earlier, and this is one of the things I think I want to really come down on because the way you talk about things is incorrect in this sense. You talk about the absolute truth of the blossom, the death blossom. The nature of when you don't have info and you're in the moment and you're shooting and killing and you get people. I get that. I've talked to soldiers who've done that. It is a thing people live with, and it haunts the good ones, I guess I would say. Sadly enough, the shitty ones aren't haunted, but it haunts the good ones. I get it. That part, not really what we're talking about, because we're not talking about Israel sending in tons of soldiers who happen to be shot upon and return fire. We're talking about people who, from afar, are blowing up and killing people. This is not the same thing. Equating them isn't even the same thing. Playing the game where, these guys who are very far away are seeing their friends taken away. No, we saw videos. They're in trucks and they just decided to blow them up and kill them, not even knowing if the trucks were mostly hostages. Didn't give a fuck because the policy, the coldness of it. One of the things I've argued on Sunday's stream is if we get to the point where you allow vigilantism as a policy, I find that horrifying. But if I'm on a jury of a guy who beats the fucking guy to death who raped his daughter, I'm going to let the guy off, because there's a difference between heat of the moment and policy. Policy is terrifying to me because it allows people to be cold, inhuman pieces of utter garbage. Soldiers stuck in the wrong place, even Israeli assholes stuck in the wrong place. It's the way life works. I think it's horrifying. It's just the way life works. But if it's your policy to encourage murder, I think you're awful, and I fight against you. Hamas as much as Israel.
But aren't we kind of basing this off of two things? One, we're basing it off of probably helicopter footage on October 7th in which they missile struck or gunned down trucks that were driving away, presumably with hostages. I'm assuming that's one of the pieces of evidence.
We have the audio of the guys talking.
And they say there might be hostages, and they just go, fuck it, do it.
Worst part, they were trading messages on WhatsApp because they didn't know who was doing what, and they had no intelligence between them. So they were in WhatsApp groups trading, I'll shoot this guy, you shoot that guy.
Really? Wait. In reference to the hostages?
Yeah. From the drones, the bombing trucks and shit.
Who they were shooting on October 7th, they were literally coordinating their targets with WhatsApp. If they're coordinating their targets with WhatsApp, Connor, they don't know who's a hostage and who's a militant in the truck.
There's no one above. So you're used to good armies, and this is Sundays aren't.
I was about to say, is this malevolence or is this incompetence? Because that sounds.
There is a forest line between those.
Either way, I find it horrifying, and either way, it's a thing where you got to step back. Like no matter what, you got to step back.
I'll put it this way: this is incompetence being papered over with routinized malevolence. This is they don't have the capacity to get the proper intel, but it's okay because we've got a blanket policy that doesn't need to worry about that. See, here's the upshot of all of this, Connor. If we followed your logic, not only is there no capacity whatsoever for Israel actually procedurally to make a decision that leads to anything but the total destruction of the Gazan people, they have no capacity to actually receive back their hostages because they've already assumed they're dead.
Oh, I mean, you work with the information you got. So if they have videos or pictures or proof
they've gotten
of
some of their hostages back.
You say that, but again, if it was a dude in a firefight who was shooting and killing and he had an RPG and he was like, fuck, and he blew up a building and it killed hostages, I'd feel for that poor guy. I'd probably want him prosecuted, but I'd probably feel for him. But a guy who doesn't have to press the button, he is in no danger. He's not seeing anyone in any danger. They're fleeing. We have the pictures. They're not getting anyone above. This is not an American.
I gotta push back on this though. You don't. If you have Hamas militants who just crossed the border and they just murdered 1,000 people, it's safe to presume that they're going to kill more people
months
in the
later.
future.
Even if we pretended for argument's sake that worked. Yeah, we're talking hours later on October 7th. We're talking buildings being bombed now with the same level of imprecision half a year later.
Wait, hold on. I gotta go, but you guys need to walk this through me. You understand that they like on the 7th and 8th, they had like a days-long firefight, right?
Oh yeah, in a lot of places. Yeah.
Okay, so what I heard from you guys, which I'm not sure if I'm understanding correctly, is that there were a couple of drone pilots who had the ability to choose what targets they were going to missile, and they were sending, I'm going to take out this target, you take out that target.
On WhatsApp, yeah.
And it's trucks or it's people. Do we know what they're hitting?
Oh, it's technicals, pickups, basically.
Okay, so if there are pickups that are in the firefight zone and they're driving away back to Gaza, why would you not presume that they were Hamas militants?
Because they had hostages in the vehicles.
No, real quick. Why would you presume, one, that their trucks are Hamas?
Why wouldn't you if they're going into Gaza?
Why wouldn't you if there's a group of people in a truck driving very, very quickly away from a lot of shit? Is it from one of the things you choose the wrong direction, you run as fast as you can, you get in a truck, you deserve to die because you went in the direction of Gaza because that's the direction you could, because there's only 3 fucking roads in this nightmare land that exists there? Like all of these things.
I trust people on the ground to make these decisions more than I trust us.
There was no one on the ground making the decision. It was one guy.
I trust people with the cameras to make a contextual decision more than us.
But they weren't though. They were coordinating on WhatsApp. They didn't know what the targets were. That's why they
They had
were
no
on. That's
idea.
why they were on an alternative app.
Trucks fleeing south into Gaza. Are those the targets?
Are they Hamas gendered trucks? What's the logic here?
Yeah. Kill them.
But
Like-
how do you know, Connor? How have you established this?
Because
You're
they're
firing
in a
from the air. You don't
firefight.
see inside the truck. Did they have Hamas
They were
flags on
just
them?
in a firefight
No, they
with
weren't.
Israeli troops.
No,
This
they
is
weren't.
hours later.
No, they didn't see him in
They
a
were in a
firefight.
days-long firefight. It
But
lasted
they're
like
fleeing.
8 hours.
But they're fleeing.
No,
But Connor,
acting
they're
like
fleeing
they
in.
tracked this truck. They didn't track this truck. They've been watching this truck for fucking 3 hours. This truck shows
No,
up
they
and
probably
is driving.
Wait, sorry.
And again-
I don't
No,
necessarily
and again,
want to
you
litigate
don't
the
even-
details because I don't know if I have enough of the details from you to make it make sense. I'm hearing trucks fleeing south from the kibbutz towards Gaza. The Israeli
west.
drone pilots hit them with missiles. I'm saying, sure, go ahead.
Okay, but how have the people firing the missiles, who are coordinating their targets on WhatsApp, determined that the trucks are Hamas?
What if they're
Probably
just a
because they're
bunch of
trucks driving.
Palestinians
Okay,
who
hold on.
stole trucks?
Let's do process of elimination. Okay.
Do you think every
So-
person who went into Israel that day was Hamas?
I don't give a flying fuck. If
Okay,
you,
cool.
If no, hold on. Let's do process of elimination here. So we have 3 or 4 kibbutz or 3 or 4 communities along the Israeli border where is Hamas militants walked in and started butchering everyone. You probably have social media alight and in like all over the fucking radio that Hamas has broken into Israel and they're killing the fuck out of civilians. You have IDF forces and local security forces, hold on, who are responding to the scene and getting into gunfights with Hamas. And then you have light trucks driving from these kibbutz that are having firefights back into Gaza. And you are saying it is
Okay,
not
but-
safe to presume that these are militants who were likely engaged in hostilities minutes before.
It is definitely not safe to presume that a truck that you've only identified from the air by its course is a militant that you are correct to bomb
enough
from
for
the
you?
air.
So hold on.
Did
So
you kill people
let's
like that in
be
Iraq? Is that
let's
how it
be
worked?
no, because
Did
I
you
wasn't
see
a
a truck
drone
going the
pilot.
wrong-
So hold on.
I
So
mean, even with a
let's do
fucking
let's do
pistol.
this.
The guy walking
So
in
hold
the
on.
wrong direction.
Hold on. I mean,
You're
depending on the
fuzzing out,
direction,
Bruce.
yes, I would kill someone if they were walking in the wrong direction in the right space. So hold on. So an Israeli citizen is jumping into a truck and then driving 60 miles an hour with 5 dudes in the bed towards Gaza. Is that probable? The answer is no.
Well,
An
what if
IDF
you
or
got
security
hang on.
personnel
Wait,
gonna
wait.
do that. No, that's
But
also not probable.
No, but Connor, once again,
Uh-huh.
you haven't established this. If you have people in the bed of a truck fleeing from a combat zone,
Uh-huh.
civilians are going to do that. Or how about this? If you have Hamas agents who are the ones charged with taking back hostages, you might have trucks with some people in the back.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, and if I see
Okay, so-
AK-47s, that truck is getting lit up. Yeah.
With all of the Israelis.
Yes, with
in it.
all of the people. I am not letting militants escape. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. Good to know.
You guys just like I don't understand how you would ever make a decision in a combat zone ever
Well, because
if you
these people
guys held it to your standard.
These people aren't making a decision in a combat zone. They're making a decision above a combat zone. They're not under fire. They're picking out trucks to launch missiles
do you
at.
think that those human beings don't feel the pressure of making life and death decisions of bombing trucks?
I
you
know
think-
that's what the policy is for. It takes away the tension.
The policy,
It means you
okay,
can
hold
just
on. The
do it.
policy that you submitted to me, that was 2 captains talking a decade ago?
we
that's not-
heard their voices. They weren't freaked out.
Okay, number one, military. You're never. I will never in
They
a
were laughing
criminal.
about it.
Hold on, in a criminal investigation or in a conversation, I am never going to make a judgment about somebody's mental headspace based off of their tone of voice. I will never do
laughing
that.
and
If
joking
they're
about it, I would.
if they're
I think it's fair.
if they're in the air, referring to the people they're shooting as bug splatters.
Is this
I think I
WhatsApp
would.
messages or is this a voice call? What the fuck are we talking
We got
about?
both. We got both. That's the fun part. It leaked. It all leaked. We got to see and
Okay,
listen.
and so do you have Apache helicopter pilots laughing about their targets? What the fuck are you talking about?
I think it would have been helicopters, right?
No,
It would
I
have been
don't know
helicopters.
I don't know the explicit drone setup or which one they're
Yeah.
using.
Okay, so all of the troops were laughing as they were blowing up trucks, and they didn't feel any pressure or anxiety whatsoever.
Well, I think it was
just said the
2.
ones.
I
Yeah, it's
think it
just
was.
two- just two-
I think
two
it was two.
dudes.
The recording we have is two. I can't remember if it was in a helicopter or what. But it's
Wasn't
been
a
a while.
helicopter.
Wasn't a helicopter?
You know what? How about instead of litigating this,
Yes.
it's late. I'm a little tired. I'm getting a little touchy. How about you send it to me? I'll watch it. I'll see if it's as fucked up as you say it is.
All right.
Okay. So how about
Connor.
this? Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, you go.
No. After you, please.
Okay. So what I was going to say, my chat, we got 40, 50 people. Hang out. I'll address your questions or concerns before we leave. And then President Sunday, thank you. I know that we haven't always been the best of friends. I appreciate you being willing to have 2 relatively civil conversations with me so far. Brooks, it was a pleasure
Lovely to
meeting
meet
you. I know we don't agree, but I appreciate the
No,
contention.
this is actually a fun conversation.
But as Sunday knows, I don't really agreeing is not a thing anyone does with me. So it's not fun
Frankly,
for
he's
my
agreed with you more than he usually agrees with me tonight. So
Okay. Well, it's fun. I enjoy it. I hope the chats enjoy it. I wish you gentlemen a beautiful night and have fun.
take care.
always.
Bye.
Don't-
All right. Christian Valaris, what's your problem? Shit talking me while I'm fucking debating these dick bags? I'm going to scroll to the top. I'm going to scroll to the bottom. So I'm going to tell you what happened. I was paying more attention to them. I'm sorry for not paying attention to chat. But to be honest, this conversation is... it's more involved than I want it to. So I didn't really have the energy to look at that, look at them, look at you, look at them, look at you, look at them, look at you, all that kind of shit. Didn't have the fucking energy for that. So I apologize if I wasn't paying attention to chat. I'm gonna scroll to the top. I'm gonna check if you guys have anything interesting that I want to comment on. If you want to counterpoints in the chat, you do not have to pay me in order for me to answer your questions. If you do have some money or dollary dues, it would be appreciated. I do want to start streaming and making money. I think that you'll notice that I've been live in the past week more than I've been live in the past month. That is because the bolter project, which is back up here, is complete. I do have bolts on the way. So I have some Dragon's Breath shotgun rounds. I have some explosive shotgun rounds. I have some explosive incendiary shotgun rounds. And we're going to take those back out to the range and blow them up as well. I'm working on my cosplay armor in order to make it better. I actually have a flamethrower, a Pulsefire XLT, or UBT or something like that. I have the guts for that, so I'll be making a flamer from 40K over the next couple of months. I do have my bolter and chainsword. I need my bolt pistol and chainsword. I need to start working on those from a 3D design and 3D printing standpoint in order to do the casings. I have a feeling that those will be relatively easy, but I do need to make targets that are worthy of destruction. So last time I spent about $200 on meat, just meat alone. But I'm not going to lie. So this is just me to you, okay? I'm paying my bills. I'm doing okay, but YouTube is a little bit down because I had to take down some Games Workshop videos, my old reactions I had to take down, so that hit the revenue. I'm just going to share with you. I'm not complaining. I'm just sharing. I spent $600 on the shotgun. I spent 3 months developing the case. That's probably a few $1,000s worth of labor hours. I printed probably $200 worth of print filament because I fucked up so many times. I finally got a good print filament. It's worth $20. So we're up to like almost $1,000 right there. I spent $200 on a camera guy in order to come out. Unfortunately, he had to leave halfway through the shoot. That's why you have mixed camera quality. And then I also spent $200 on meat to shoot. Now, unfortunately, the salmon for the Tau, the pig stuff for the orcs, and something else was not that impressive. I really felt like the Ogren, Chaos Ogren, was the most impressive after I put like a whole magazine into it. But needless to say, I've made $100 or $200 off of a video that I spent $1,200 on. That's not blaming anybody. That's my fault. It's bad business. It's bad math. It was so fucking fun. It was so fun. And the metrics are really good. So I can't do that every month. I can't afford to do that every month, but I will do that every few months as a side hustle project that hopefully gets us tens of thousands of subscribers and some people to the Patreon and all that kind of bullshit. If you have money, please do a super chat. Please do a membership. Please join patreon.com/counterpoints. Please go to Indiegogo and type in Counter Armory, counter common spelling, armory, common spelling, and donate there. For now, I'm going to check chat and I'm going to review donos, and then we're going to dip out. Jacanadar says 12 people plus 2 dignitaries. I'm not sure what that's in reference to. I'm assuming, considering our conversation, it did not end well for them. No, Ninja, if he dies, he dies. Thank you, Pablo Concepcion. I don't know who you're talking to, but yeah. Puerto Rican vegan musician socialist. Yes, and if Connor was a Palestinian in front of the green Hamas color flag, one might say he was a terrorist, right? I mean, sure, Hamas did murder 900 civilians, so don't care if Hamas gets schwacked. Christian Valeris, describe your problems with my articulations in a comment, please. You are one of my most frequent chatters, so I would want to know what your beef was before you leave. Isn't that specifically dedicated to ICJ? So call it whatever you want. The point was Sunday didn't read it. Lol. Jacanadar, at Counterpoints 40K, since they do not have the lingo, it's CID SOP, not law. Yeah, so for me, the abbreviations that you said, CID is Criminal Investigations Division, SOP is Standard Operating Procedure. It could be Standard Operating Procedure, it could be Rules of Engagement or whatever. But what I think, I might have been too charitable. I'll admit that I might have been too charitable. But I think it's wild that they would go off of like a couple of generals like a decade ago being like, yeah, we don't want to do 1,100 Palestinians for 4 of our guys. So as a result, we're going to start killing our own IDF. And they're like, this is the way the IDF runs. And then they see like 2 Apache helicopter pilots take out a few targets and they're, you know, they laugh or something like that. I'll watch it and I'll see if it's fucked up, but I doubt I'll find it fucked up. And they're like, oh yeah, you know, the Israelis were bloodthirsty. They were happy to kill their own civilians. I know that they didn't say that necessarily, but let's just be honest that was the vibe, right? I think that's wild. And then having like a Telegram chat that's like, you take out that target, I'll take out that target. I don't know what they're expecting out of like an ever-flowing, crazy, weird combat situation. And also just being like a drone pilot. Like, if I was a drone pilot and I was flying over, let's say, Texas, right? And there were trucks who had just murdered. They were cartel trucks. They came across the border. They murdered 1,000 Texans, and now they're fleeing across the border. You think I'm not going to be like a little fucked up in the head? You think I'm not going to be a little bit excited? You think I'm not going to be a little bit weird, a little bit off? Like, that's weird. Yellow Knight, you need a new fucking talking point. Connor is an urbanite pretending to be a rural conservative. You always bring up this urban rural bullshit and nobody else is buying into it, and it's fucking annoying. Find a new talking point. And let's just highlight this shit real quick. I was born in Concord, Massachusetts. That's not rural. I moved to South Florida when I was a kid. That wasn't rural. I moved to Central Florida. That wasn't rural. I did live in rural Belgium, but Belgium is actually, they really care about education and shit. So the education wasn't rural, even if the setting was. I went to a French lycée, okay? I lived in Dallas. I lived in Plano. That is also urban, but it's also very Republican. Then, it wasn't rural. That was suburban. And I also went to French lycée there. Came back to Orlando. I went to public middle school, public high school. Then I went to private high school because I got in so much trouble at my public high school. So I went to private after public because I got into trouble. Then I joined the Marine Corps. I did some of the most hardcore shit that you've ever fucking imagined. Then I got out and I lived in Christmas, Florida, which is rural. There's cows and meth and pills and stabbings and shootings and cows and mountain lions and black bears. And I lived out there for 4 years. Then I got done with that and I moved back into downtown Orlando. So I've never said, I'm rural, I raise cows, I did this, I did that. I've never said that shit. You fucking said that shit. So don't put fucking words in my mouth and then get fucking pissy about them and come up with a new dynamic, because it's actually legitimately pissing me off. Canadar. Like I said, their lingo is shit. This was not a law. This was not a court decision. It was an SOP from a military decision. Yeah, and if like 2 captains or 2 majors or whatever made that decision, that's not like going to be standard across all the military. That's fucking crazy. Thank you, Jonah Boy, for saying that you like hearing me yap. I appreciate it. Yeah, don't be watching Twitch and YouTube politics and complaining about yapping. All this shit is yapping. Don't be bitching about yapping. Okay, Yellow Knight says, don't take me shit talking too seriously. I enjoy your streams. All right, well, I read that after you saying that shit, so my bad for getting pissy. But pick a new shit talking point. It's getting fucking annoying. Christian Valera says, it's not that interesting and you ain't pushing back effectively. Yeah, so you better fucking have a comment for me in a bit or else I'll get pissed. Fair is fair. Every Palestinian group advocates for the targeting of civilians, including non-Israelis in military operations. Okay. You're too good faith to bad faith people who dislike you and hate your political ideology. Well, welcome to the fucking stream, bud. Welcome to the stream. Isn't rape torture? Yeah, but I don't want people in my ass against my will. I don't want people sodomizing my butthole until it bleeds. I'd rather be dead. I would rather be dead than get repeatedly sodomized by people I do not want in my butt. I do not want anyone in my butt. No, thank you. Please don't sodomize me. And if I'm going to be kidnapped and sodomized by jihadist militants before getting executed, I'd rather just get shot. So, pass. Pass on the sodomy. Bug sympathizer detected. Oh, man. Dude, I was chilling having a good time and y'all were getting fucking pissed about them being too sympathetic to Hamas/bugs. I wish I was paying attention to chat. I would have been fucking having fun with you guys. They seem to have answers for just about everything, and they're all wild. Yeah, I did feel like a few of the answers they had were kind of convenient. It would be incompetence of truth, but I'm willing to bet that they are lying, giving President Sunday doesn't have a problem with lying in his convos with his opponents. I mean, I would love to see evidence of President Sunday lying. He's at least talking in a pattern of speech that seems like he believes what he says. So I'm not saying that he does. I'm just saying it doesn't seem that wild. We talk about Israel's tech center getting to the top of the world in recent years, and they're saying soldiers are using WhatsApp. Come on. Don't listen to a guy with black fingernail polish. I learned that early in life. Man, y'all were getting fucking feisty in chat, and I was in the trenches getting my dick kicked in. Not that that was like a crazy debate or anything, just I thought it was funny. Drone operators are modern artillerymen. Yeah, kind of. Is saying de facto they are not in danger from a God's eye view or something? Yeah, which has nothing to do with decision making in a combat scenario. You can still be stressed out about making decisions that impact people's lives and deaths. So, yeah, I appreciate the backup in chat. I did feel like I was getting gaslit a little bit, so I appreciate like OG Cicero and Yellow Knight being like, because the trucks are going into Gaza, you fucking idiots. I appreciate it. Because that was like fairly obvious to me. But, you know, most of these technical convoys have heavy machine guns, lol, i.e. the definition of a technical. Yeah, that was the other thing too. So they're using like light trucks. I doubt they had like dushkas or whatever, because I'm sure Israel bombs the shit out of any truck they see with the dushka. But I'm sure if they see half a dozen dudes with AKs in the back, they're going to be like, yeah, fuck you, missile. And I would do the same shit. Oh, you're in a firefight with local security forces. You're fleeing back into Gaza. You got 6 dudes in the back of your truck with AKs. Hellfire. 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 Got him. Fuck him. So, yeah. Yeah, that whole all restaurant that I love is on the other side of the wall. I think I'm going to go get some... Are there like checkpoints all over the place? Yeah. 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 All right, listen. I'm happy that you guys were kind of on my side with that one. That was a little crazy. Heard their voices on WhatsApp. Yeah, I caught that too. I was like, oh, 'twas entertaining. Thank you, Kinetic Pause. I appreciate it. They were probably under the impression civilians had evacuated or were dead. So yeah. Did you see Destiny interview the Task and Purpose guy? No, but I do like that guy a lot, and I watch his content. So I'll be real with you guys. I've kind of moved in on a consumption level. I've moved into drama. I'm just watching drama takedowns of people I fucking hate. And that's how I get like emotional catharsis while still being relatively while still being like tangentially related to the political space. That's how I've been engaging with it. It's terrible. It's bad for my brain. It's making me a dumber person, but goddamn, is it fucking funny. And so I enjoy that. I don't listen to Destiny debates because honestly, this is just my opinion. He's a really strong rhetorician, but I think he cares more about being right than he does care about anything else. And so like him getting heated and kind of being a dick to somebody just isn't really appealing to me. But then vice versa, like a chill conversation between two people that I'm like, like unless it's like mad interesting, I'm not going to check out a chill conversation. So that's kind of like me. I'm reflecting to you guys. Like when I have a chill 1v1, I'm like taking like a 20% hit on my metrics. And it's like, oh, how come nobody wants to watch good conversation? And it's like, yeah, no shit. Nobody wants to watch good conversation. It's because it's boring. Where's the meat? Where's the sex? Where's the blood? So I'm with you. So at least with like debate and Twitch and YouTube politics, there's like a little bit of blood sports when somebody says some stupid shit and you can watch them get dunked on in real time. I'm sorry that I'm not that guy. Like I wish I was that guy, but I honor you. I honor you and I parasocially love you for tolerating me talking to these fucking assholes and relatively speaking trying to be charitable. I appreciate you passing up on the more extreme drama people in order to be here. It is greatly appreciated. Even if you don't have any money to give me, your viewership warms my heart. Yeah, Sunday must have had a character development arc lately. He was pretty chill. Yeah, he was chill in my last conversation too. So I was like, yeah, fuck it. Libertarians and leftists don't understand international law, which is evident in this convo. It was brutal. What you been playing as of lately? I mean, I've been doing making the bolter shit. That's been 90% of my time, but I've been playing a little bit of Helldivers. I'll tell you that. Tell you what. Been playing some Helldivers. I got the JAR5 Proto Bolter today. That was awesome. Played 20 minutes of Helldivers before I had to do this. Sunday is autistic. He goes through personality waves. True. Tyrannid weapons when? Yeah, when I figure out how to gene splice shit. I don't know when I can do that. Connor Nagel says, yeah, nice to see you, Connor, from another Connor. It's great to see you so much. Thank you, King. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yellow Knight says, delicious beef. Sorry if I yelled at you, Yellow Knight, but yeah, that rural shit pisses me off. That Brook guy is clearly dishonest with his interpretation of facts. He said even the IDF beat up Hasidic Jews. Like, it is obvious that they are the most activist group in Israel who are anti-Zionist. Yeah. Frustration. Very frustrating. That's okay. I think Vlad says, Connor, I think you should focus more on mass immigration, to be honest, but this Israeli thing is wasting money, to be honest. I don't know what that means, but okay. Lol, Mortarian's giant plasma pistol. Yeah, plasma is going to be a little bit harder for me to manufacture than traditional ballistic weapons, but I'll do a las gun with tracers. Yo, what if this escalates to Connor creating real-ass Tyranids to shoot at? I mean, I was literally trying to think of how to make an arachnid from Starship Troopers, but they're so fucking big. Like, I would literally have to 3D print like a 6 foot tall, 8 foot long arachnid, and then I would have to fill it with like jello or gelatin or some shit. So, yeah. Nice. Meat? Yes. If you check out the Bolter video, it is fantastic, and we blow up meat. Dusty retweeted your Bolter post. Good faith. Oh, that's sweet. That's sweet. I need to be nice to Destiny. I am critical of him. I do think he fucks up. I don't like the way he manages his personal life, but overall, we've had a good friendly acquaintance, and I don't like some aspects of his sociopathy, and I don't like the way he can get really not brittle. He can get really fickle, like he can get aggressive really quick. But overall, like, I still think he's trying. He's trying, and he means well. And I think that counts for a lot. So, fuck. I'll promise to watch the video more, but I'm a brokey. Work plus funding, MA program plus GF plus car payment. No problems, King. You're here almost all the time. I appreciate you being here. Seeing similar faces come back, you know, gives me hope for the future about streaming consistently. Hopefully when Space Marine 2 comes out, that will increase opportunity for 40K content creators. True, but we're going to be working on the unified timeline. Primitive Orange says, howdy. Well, you're about 3 hours too late. We're going to be dipping out in a second. At Counterpoints 40K, I don't think you articulate why targeting U.S. citizens overseas is fully and legally justified. It's not. It's legalized as it's legal as a last resort. Adios, Connor. Fun stream. Love the usual shit talk. Still plenty black-pilled about America's future. I'm checked out to the farm for the foreseeable future. 07 Yellow Knight. Sorry for the shit talk and hope you have a good night. True, the justification. Christian Valera says, read slow, it's a lot. True, the justification for IDF targeting their own civilians is retarded. One, U.S. citizens are not guaranteed the same rights when traveling overseas. True. At Counterpoints 40K, crimes committed against Americans in foreign countries are not usually subjected to American jurisdiction and would violate foreign nations. Good. It is not legally sound to suggest arresting Obama or other presidents for said actions, given that there's no fully legal apparatus to hold world leaders responsible for supposed international war crimes. Okay. Exempting the ICC or the ICJ, this is still Christian Valeris, which are irrelevant anyway, given that the U.S. is not a signatory of any UN resolutions regarding such actions or even recognizing the legitimacy of the ICC. Okay. What do you think about, Primitive Orange says, what do I think about Fuentes admitting he's anti-American? Yeah, he's not really anti-American like he's anti-American people. He's anti-American in that he's anti the American government because the American government is global homo. At least that's how I understood it a few years back. I don't know if he changed it at all. So, you know, I get it. I get his worldview. I actually have, it should be on Counterfire, to be honest. I have an old episode of him and I talking about Christian imperium versus liberal hegemony. And it is a conversation. It's not really a debate. But I feel like I understand his worldview. He just wants a Christian theocracy. He wants an imperial Christian theocracy. He wants whites and white Hispanics to be at the top. And he wants, you know, browns and blacks who commit lots of crimes to be second-class citizens. He doesn't want to kill them, but he does think segregation is okay. He also thinks race mixing is cringe. On the scale of things, like he jokes about, I don't even think he jokes about, he would want to be Stalin if he could be Stalin. He would want to be Hitler if he could be Hitler. But to be honest, I don't think he has the stones for that. I think if, like, let's say Nick Fuentes was right in front of me, we were hanging out, and then there was one of Nick Fuentes' opponents, and I actually like shot them in the back of the head in front of Nick Fuentes. I think Nick Fuentes would cry and puke, and I think he would be sad, and he would realize what he was doing was fucked up, and he wouldn't want to do it anymore. But that's just my vibe. I think he talks a big game, but I don't think he has the fucking stones to actually kill all the people that he needs to kill in his fantasies. So yeah. I'm going to read this quickly. Christian Valeris says, American U.S. foreign policy for the last 200 years is solely based upon the U.S. Constitution and discretion of the president, who has stretched that power throughout the 20th and 21st century. That would have been one of my points for sure. There are major hurdles legally of attempting to legally try someone in another state for a crime, let alone arrest and try a person who commits a crime internationally. Many foreign nations are not willing to give up their power, legitimacy, sovereignty to the United States without extensive military or economic pressure. The authorization of military force grants any U.S. president the authority to send military forces internationally in an attempt to combat al-Qaeda or other elements of international Islamic terror. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm dying. OG Cicero gave me a Purple Heart. Thank you. Did you not see the man's family die? I don't know who the fuck you're talking about, but okay. Vault 11 was the worst vault. I'm sorry to hear that. I saw video footage of dudes with PCAMs and RPKs at the very least. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. If there's people with Russian guns in trucks driving around, then fucking kill them. Kill them all. That's crazy. Oh, well, if you want drama, Destiny is trying to burn down Twitch, taking shots like he's a Hamas militant. Yeah. I thought you hated Sunday, so who do you hate now? I hate Pearl. I hate Candace Owens. I hate Hassan. I hate TJ Kirk. I hate the other Charlie Kirk. Not a huge fan of Osh right now. Like, I want to like him as a person, but him like going through the lolly arc and then being like, yeah, Biden and Republicans are fascists and they want to kill you all. It's like, dude, you learned fucking nothing. You learned nothing. You're asking for everybody to be charitable with you fucking jerking off to 13-year-old cartoon Japanese girls, and you want everybody to be like, oh, he accidentally downloaded it. Oh, it was a big mistake, even though he's talked about it in the past, and even though he has all these analogies, and even though he's a consequentialist. So if you jerk off to lolly porn and nobody catches you, did you really do it? Like, the amount of charity that you have to have for Vosh to not have downloaded that intentionally is so extreme. And so he's asking for an extreme amount of charity so people don't take a massive shit on him. And a lot of people are taking a shit on him, so I understand like why he might not feel like he has to reciprocate. But then he just goes back to his same old bullshit where everybody to the right of Bernie Sanders is a fucking fascist. And it's like, all right. Like, all right, go back to jerking off fucking 14-year-old socialists so they feel like they're important. Like, that is such a lame use of his talent. He is a rhetorically gifted person who is charismatic, who could take his charisma and turn it into something positive for the world, and yet he insists on jerking off 14-year-old, metaphorically jerking off 14-year-old socialists and communists. It makes me sad. It's a waste of potential. Johad Gaynor at Counterpoints finally trying out the 40K local narrative campaign, painting tons of nids. Very based, Johad. Very based. Thank you for sharing. What the fuck says, love your long videos. I was watching them while I built my Mortarian model I bought with my liver. Excellent. Because there's more on the way. We're going to start doing expanded universe or unified timeline videos. So we're going to break down Prey with the Yaksha, you know, the Native Americans versus the Predator. We're probably going to break down Predator. We're probably going to break down The Thing. We're probably going to break down The Expanse. We're going to break down Aliens. We're going to break down Avatar. We're going to break down so much shit. So you'll have plenty of content coming up, because even if I get less views, right? Warhammer has really dropped the ball. They've only released 2 animations since December. They released, what did they release? I think they released like a standalone. I would have to go look. I'm going to go to my channel and I'm going to look. The only thing that I can think of that they have released since December is the Knights video, which is fucking crazy. How do you go 6 months with no new animations? They're making $800,000 a fucking month. Now, obviously, that's probably padded stats, right? Because they want to give their best numbers. So they said that they had 115,000 active members on Warhammer TV. But they released Broken Lance. We had Scorch, which was a fan animation. I redid all my fan animations. We had Morningstar. And that's 2023, man. I'm getting pissed right now looking at it. So hold on. So let's go to December 7th, December 21st, December 29th. So we're starting a new year. Fan animation, fan. Hammer and Bolter, Hammer and Bolter, Hammer and Bolter, Hammer and Bolter, Hammer and Bolter. Scorch, which is a fan animation. GW didn't even do that. Hammer and Bolter. These are all redos of Hammer and Bolter. Broken Lance, which is the only animation that's been released. Unified Timeline, which is an original lore video. Hammer and Bolter, the Bolter video, another Hammer and Bolter. And we got 4 left, or 3 left for Hammer and Bolter redos, and then we're done. And they're only like 10,000, 20,000 views a video. So, dude, I'm excited to move into the Unified Timeline because GW has absolutely shit the fucking bed. I've never been more pissed at something that I'm a fan of. What a bunch of fucking dicks. I cannot believe how bad they fucking fumbled. How do you fumble making $800,000 a month and you can't hire half a dozen animation studios in order to create new products? I don't know what the fuck to say. Like, dude, Astartes 2, in order for GW to not have my undying antipathy, they would have to release like 3 or 4 animations by the end of the year that are like series with episodes, and we would have to get Astartes 2. That is the only way that I would have my faith restored in GW's animation content pipeline. Otherwise, they are just absolutely shitting the fucking bed. I have no idea how they're doing what they're doing. It's fucking obnoxious. I wish I could sue them for like malfeasance of shitting the bed with an IP. I'm sorry for ranting, but holy fuck, I'm so disappointed. Christian Blair's. He could prevent most Americans from holding political office, i.e. anyone who isn't a Catholic. Lol, he is anti-American. Oh, yeah, for sure. He doesn't give a fuck about the Constitution. Fuentes said to Destiny recently that he basically hates American ideals and wants to make us a theocracy because it'd be better. Yeah, he doesn't like American constitutionalism. He really doesn't. He wants Christian theocracy. Yeah, Nick don't have that dog in him. That cat boy, though? True. True. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Amazing Atheist is yeah, like he seems like he's like a well-intentioned guy, but he just sucks. Yellow Knight says, Connor, sorry to say the general public is getting a little tired of being world's police, even if it greatly benefits the general public. Yeah, sure. I agree. Fuck yeah, The Expanse. Yeah, me too. I love The Expanse. Allowing Sunday to lie and push his bullshit all night. Origin of Logos, you're always disappointed. If you're so fucking disappointed, then why don't you figure out how to socially network and get into a fucking call with these dickheads? How about that shit? Make your own better content with blackjack and hookers instead of coming into my chat bitching about my content. Warhammer are the Hamas. GW is the Hamas of sci-fi companies. So true. So true. Christian Blair says, we cannot abandon the world to authoritarian nations, but our politicians cannot continue to lie about the reasons why we project economic and military power. I agree. That is so based. I've said previously, if we're going to look and act like an empire, let's be an American empire. Sunglasses. Fuck yes. Fuck yes. 07. Metroid could be a good one to slot in the timeline. It's got sci-fi and space magic. I'm unfamiliar. DM me some Metroid lore. We'll see. Yeah. Contra FDN says, GW got the Astartes kid and didn't do anything. I am not gay. I might. Not saying I would. If I was GW, I'll rephrase it a different way. If I was GW and I had to blow Siame Peterson in order to get him to make Astartes 2, I would blow Siame Peterson in order to get him to make Astartes 2. Like, let's say GW, like, they mad dogged him. They were like, this is our IP. We'll pay you 30 grand a year. Make us Astartes 2, and you're a pussy. If they did that to him and they fucking mean dogged him or whatever, they big dog him, and then he walked away and he was like, fuck you, and then he's just abiding by the NDA because he's a nice guy, I would, if I was a GW executive, I would point a gun at my fellow executives and force them to blow Siame Peterson in a line until he agreed to do Astartes 2. Nobody wants to pay for good animators? I mean, shit, I do. I just don't have enough money. A good sci-fi horror movie is Sputnik. It's like a parasite symbiote. Ooh. Do you have Rumble, Commer? I do not. TJ Kirk was the first political YouTuber I followed as a teen, lol. Yeah. I was trying to say Charlie Kirk, but I remembered TJ Kirk, and then I remembered that I hated TJ Kirk too, so I just let it fly. All right, my voice is getting crass. I would like the American Empire more if it forced its own constitution on everybody instead of making up bullshit one like the Japanese one they still use. True. True. All right, kings and queens. If you are not a YouTube member, become a YouTube member. If you are not a patron, become a patron at patreon.com. If you got super chats, and donate them during the streams. If you want to support the Armory Project, then go to Indiegogo, type in Counter Armory into the chat, and donate. If you're on Twitch, then go ahead and become a Twitch member or use your Prime sub. I appreciate you. Do a video on Space King from Flash Gets. They're going to take another 6 months in order to release the second episode. I'll do it when the second episode comes out because I'm out of the algorithmic loop. If I release a breakdown of Space King episode 1, then it's going to get like 5,000 views and I'm going to be disappointed. So we will wait for episode 2 to drop and then we'll do it. Also, when Steel Coffins drops, we'll do, if Red Dread does another episode, I will do Red Dread. If Steel Coffins does another episode, I'll do Steel Coffins. I love Steel Coffins. It's great. There's just only 6 minutes to react to, and it's not a complete story. So, yeah. But, parasocial love to you and yours. Go check out another streamer or YouTuber, and go to bed if it's bedtime for you. I appreciate you. Catch you in the next one. I will be live more often. Have a good night. Bye for now.